Hello, mic check. Good morning all. Hope you all enjoyed yesterday's sessions and welcome to whoever attending today's sessions. So I'm Veena Hadagali. I am honored to introduce my today's speaker, Zach Mead. And Zach is the founder of Harbor Edge Consulting LLC, where he focuses on effective security consulting and helping organizations strengthen their overall security posture. With over 7 years of experience in the security world, he has worked across red teaming, penetration testing, and advisory roles to help organizations better understand and defend against modern threats. So Zach is passionate about bridging the gap between offensive techniques and defensive strategies, and he enjoys sharing practical insights with the broader security community. So welcome, Zach.
Actually, give me 1 second. I just realized I don't have my notes set up. Okay, there we go. All right, so I'm Zach Mead. I opened an offensive security consulting firm last year, and I focus mostly on pen testing networks and web applications. So this talk is going to be about mostly password cracking and Active Directory. I love password cracking, done it at a bunch of organizations. At this point, I think I've done 12 or 14 organizations for password cracking. Passwords are, of course, nothing new. They've been around for a little over 60 years. They first were invented in MIT in the 1960s, and pretty much as soon as they were invented, they started getting attacked. But over time, attacks got more complex, and the defenses have changed to keep up with it. The biggest change there is that the exposure from the internet increases the attack surface dramatically, to the point where Microsoft says that there's over 7,000 identity attacks every second. So, you know, even after 60 years, passwords are still really the key to ecosystems and to defending organizations. Thus, knowing how to attack and defend them is crucial. Of course, attacks and defenses in this area change constantly, and it's this massive game of cat and mouse trying to keep up with it. Okay, so a brief bit of overview in terms of the technologies and methods that we're going to be talking about today. So, password cracking is, password hashes is a one-way process, so you can't undo a hashed password. So the way that you crack them is that you take a guess and then you run it through your hashing algorithm, and you are going to check if the resulting hash is the same as the hash that you're looking for. So the point of this is that it makes it very computationally intense to actually crack passwords, which is, you know, the point. But it's pretty hardware intense too. So there's a couple of different ways that passwords in Active Directory are stored. You have LM hashes and you have NT hashes. So LM hashes, if you look up there, are really old. They've been there since 1987. And they can store passwords that are up to 14 characters. But importantly, Microsoft kind of messed up the implementation a little bit. They don't actually store 14 characters. They split it into 2 chunks. So an LM hash is 2 7-character chunks, which makes it dramatically easier to crack. You'd think that something that's been deprecated quite this long would be gone from Active Directory environments. You know, this was no longer in use as of 2007, but there sure are LM hashes still out there in the wild. I've come across them 5 or 6 times, And if you come across an LM hash, you are pretty much guaranteed to be able to crack it. NTLM hashes or NT hashes are the modern-ish way of storing them. They're also very old. You know, they're from 1993, but they store the password as one whole contiguous chunk there, which is better, but they're still somewhat easy to crack. This is the way that the passwords are stored in a hash format on domain controllers as well as on local machines. Importantly, though, this is rarely the way that the passwords, the hashes are going to be transmitted over the wire. That's usually going to happen over a protocol called Kerberos or NetNTLM v2. So if you're snooping on a Windows network, that's what you're usually going to see there. Those bottom two are much more cryptographically complex. They take a lot longer to crack, which is a good thing because NTLM itself isn't all that complicated. So lots of things are in the process of moving to Kerberos authentication, but many Active Directory services still allow and accept those sorts of legacy authentication protocols. Okay, so I'll go into each of these eras a little bit more in a second, but just a quick overview. These, there's kind of three different eras of cracking for passwords in Active Directory, and you know, things have changed pretty dramatically over this time too. So of course it's been this cat and mouse game of attacks getting more complex and defenses trying to keep up and coming up with better stuff just for the better stuff to, you know, have issues that are found with them. So this first era, the biggest part about it, like I mentioned earlier, are LM hashes. They only support 14 characters, and also they're case insensitive. So they don't even store uppercase or lowercase information with the hash itself, which also doesn't help with the cracking speed on them. So they also aren't salted. So if you get a list of password hashes, you can just look down it, and if you already have a cracked hash for any of those, you just match them up, and you know that that account, you already have the password to it. NTLM v1 hashes or NT hashes are pretty similar too. They don't have any salt, just like LM hashes. So in this era, rainbow tables were a pretty big thing. And a rainbow table is just a pre-computed table of hashes that trade storage size for computation speed. So with non-salted workloads, they make sense. They don't work with salted workloads, but they are no longer really in play for reasons I'll go into in a little bit. But defenses of the day are relatively simplistic by today's standards. They haven't really kept up. And those defenses are just password complexity requirements, rotation requirements for passwords, and, you know, lockouts after failed attempts. So, you know, the reasons that this no longer persists is just going to be weak hashing and predictable transforms. So, you know, if you need to reset your password and you previously had password 1, you might switch it to password 2. Okay, so era 2, things changed pretty dramatically when GPUs started becoming a real thing. So Hashcat is a tool that is uses GPUs for much higher cracking rates. So in this era, you started seeing people building cracking rigs. So if you dump a bunch of GPUs into a system, you can build yourself quite a bit of cracking power for under about $5,000 or so. But as a result, short passwords like under 8-9 characters started posing a serious risk to organizations just because they were too easy to crack. The other thing on this is that mutations and masks with Hashcat allow you to cover a much larger key space without actually having a larger word list. And in this time, word lists got quite a bit better as well. So, moving on to the rainbow tables that I mentioned earlier, as you start looking at longer and longer passwords, they start getting exponentially larger. For NTLM hashes, if you're trying to build a table for a 12-character password, it would take between 10 and 15 billion terabytes to cover that entire key space. So longer and longer rainbow tables that cover those lengths just stop making sense, and GPUs make a ton more sense. So bringing us up to era 3, which goes through the modern era, we start getting more complex attacks. So the first one is dumping credentials on a local system, which is done through LSAS. LSAS is the storage mechanism that Windows machines use to cache credentials. And through dumping them, you can get NTLM hashes, Kerberos keys, and tickets. And if you have a local admin on a system, you can do this. The important thing there is pass the hash and pass the ticket attacks. So with that, you can, instead of having to crack that password, you can just take the hash itself and hand it to the machine you're trying to authenticate to and say, hey, I have this hash, thus I must be allowed to authenticate to this machine. So it just means that you don't need to crack the password at all. Next one is Kerberosing. It was discovered by Tim Meriden in 2014. And pretty much what it does is if you have a service principal name, you can request a Kerberos ticket for it, and the response that it gives you is going to be encrypted with the password hash of that account. So you can take that password hash and then go and crack it offline, which allows you to potentially get access to elevated service accounts and other accounts in a pretty quick amount of time, especially if Kerberos passwords are not particularly strong. The last portion there is going to be ASREP roasting. So Kerberos has a security mechanism called pre-authentication that requires you to provide a password before it hands you over a ticket. Well, that can be disabled. With ASREP roasting, you are able to request a ticket and get a password hash out of that system without even having any credentials at all. So it's a way to get password hashes with no creds, which is awesome for pen testers. The bottom one there of what cloud GPUs have done to this market. So now, instead of needing a $5,000 cracking machine, you can go spin things up in AWS and do the same thing for $30. If you get hashes out of like an Active Directory domain controller, you can crack roughly 90% of them for less than $30, which is a huge boon to attackers and lowers the floor to get into this kind of stuff pretty dramatically. There's tools in AWS called like NPK, which lower that barrier of entry even more. That allows you to spin up password cracking utilities with a single command. It's a pretty cool tool. I'll show you a little bit of that later on. But at this point, pretty much all organizations have some sort of cloud resource and cloud-based authentication systems. So password spraying, it can now happen completely externally. And if you use a tool like Fireprox, it allows you to rotate through passwords with every request and avoids smart lockout and detections. Okay. So really quickly on detection and monitoring. Here are some things that Blue Team members can use to make sure that common attacks like Kerberosing and ASREP roasting are caught, as well as, on this, most of this should be caught relatively easily by modern endpoint protection solutions, but making sure that this stuff is monitored on and alerted on, and getting pen tests is pretty important to make sure that the protections are working as you expect. So moving on to a quick demo. Okay, so this is cracking a 14-character LM hash. So like I mentioned earlier, the hash is broken into two 7-character chunks. This isn't on a crazy computer or anything. This is done on a modern gaming computer with a NVIDIA 4070 on it. But the hash rate on this is still very significant. You know, it's running through 6.7 million hashes a second. And it's fast enough that, you know, I'm not even bothering using a word list here. It just cranks through it extremely quickly. If you look at it, the first half of that LM hash has already cracked, so that is stump TO, and it's working on the second half there. But you know, password cracking has gotten so fast that even if this was an NTLM hash instead of a LM hash, that doesn't even help all that much. So the entirety of an 8-character key space with an NT hash was done in 2.5 hours in 2019, and now it could probably be done in an hour and a half with NPK. So password cracking is getting really sophisticated, and the old mechanisms that Active Directory uses to protect passwords are awfully outdated. So you can see that the second half of that cracked now, so the full password is going to be stumptown77PDX. So that's 57 seconds to crack a 14-character complex password. For the full NTLM version, it'd probably take under 10 hours to crack that password. Okay, so here's the screenshot of that tool I mentioned earlier called MPK. You create it with a one-liner in AWS, and it uses spot instances to spin up pretty beefy hardware with a bunch of GPUs in AWS. And it handles all the administration and teardown of the resources for you, so you don't have to worry about extra bills or anything. And it gives you a nice GUI to manage it all. In pen tests, it's pretty common to hear ABC, which is always be cracking, because as soon as you come across a hash, you know, you're going to want to try and crack it and use that hash for lateral movement or privilege escalation. So, moving on to protections and mitigations, there's kind of a short-term portion to this and a long-term portion to it. So things that need to happen quickly for organizations that are trying to protect passwords is MFA isn't a silver bullet, but it really does help. It cuts down on the potential for compromise a lot. So MFA on all interactive and privileged accounts is absolutely critical. Also, require Kerberos pre-auth to mitigate the risk of ASREP roasting. That's very important too. Active Directory lets you put in a banned password list, which means that if you use welcome 2015 exclamation mark as the default password, then no one can set the password to that to try and mitigate some of the issues that users may bring back into the environment that you thought that you had taken care of. Last portion there is to harden monitoring. It's important to make sure that you know what's happening on your network and that you can catch malicious activity in all of its forms over time. Short term there, it's with service accounts, those pose a unique risk. So those passwords should be audited, and you should try to go crack them yourself to make sure that they aren't weak. And also, those should be replaced with managed identities if you can, or GMSA if you can. Also, make sure that you can actually detect Kerberos and ASREP attacks. Most modern tools should be able to detect it, but you don't know for sure until you've actually tested it. Last there, harden endpoints, make sure that LSA protections are on, and make sure that local admin passwords aren't reused across an environment, and segment admin workstations from other computers. Long term there, this is pretty important too. Moving away from password-based authentication is something that organizations should plan for in the future. Passkeys mitigate all sorts of problems and are a great thing, and we should be using more of them. Last there, second to last, Kerberos keys should be audited and reset on a regular cadence. If you do have a compromised key and it's sitting out there for 6-9 months, that key could be cracked offline by an attacker, and they could just go back and use the key once it's finally cracked. regular resets prevent that kind of attack. And then last, just security hygiene. Making sure that external exposure monitoring is in place and that the attack surface is reviewed on a regular cadence is critical to stay on top of things. So to wrap things up here, 3 main points. Attackers at this point win on economics. Cloud GPUs make password cracking a very fast and easy thing for them, and better word lists reduce the overall time to compromise. And at this point, password complexity rules and rotations really aren't enough, and that detection, MFA, and passkeys plus banned lists are easy ways to up the security posture of an organization without all that much time and effort put into it. And last, identity hygiene is important and needs to be prioritized in an organization. So last kind of thing I want to leave you with is, as attacks get cheaper, faster, and stealthier, defenders have to shift to detection and identity hygiene to keep up. Okay, and now I'll move into Q&A.
Hey there, so thanks for the talk. I just had a question. When you get to the point in a test where you can dump NTDS from the domain controller, what tools are you typically using for that? And are you seeing that action being blocked more often?
Yeah. Mimikatz can be used for that, and very often is blocked. Pretty much any sort of security tool is going to detect and hopefully block that at this point. The biggest thing there, though, is just talking to the client first. Lots of organizations are going to require everyone to reset every password if you do that, so you can cause serious problems if you don't communicate about that first.
Great, thank you.
Thank you so much for your talk. It was really appreciated. I come from a MSP background as a systems administrator, and currently I'm about to deploy LAPS, local administration password. And I'm wondering, is LAPS found in your scope for the hashes on a machine? And if so, is could you use LASS to get off the LAPS password and compromise that machine if you already had some access to it?
Off the top of my head, I'm not sure. I believe that with LAPS, they're stored in a better format. No matter what you do, making sure that local admin passwords aren't the same across an environment is a win, even if it's not a perfect solution.
That is what we're trying to do, which is, it's hard.
Yeah.
Yeah, hey, is there a particular flavor of credential dumping technique that you find in your engagements most often missed by, the EDRs that your customers are running?
Oh, that's a good one. No, I think that if you are accessing local cached credentials, that the access of the credentials themselves is usually caught.
Okay, cool.
So the banned password list at my org is empty. Where should I start to build it, and how big should I make it?
Yeah, that is a great question. There's a couple of different ways to do that. There's easy ones now. ChatGPT is actually pretty good at iterating through passwords. So you can generate, here is a default credential, here is a name of a company, here is a name of a local sports team, and have it go through about 1,000. If you trust ChatGPT. If not, you can start with words that are common bases for people's passwords, like the name of the company, name of the street it's on, that kind of stuff, and use rules and Hashcat to generate lists of passwords that you can try it against.
Since you mentioned dumping credentials from LSAS using Mimikatz, what's your opinion on Microsoft's newest credential guard mitigations that prevent that? Have you seen it used in production at all?
I have, and it's overall pretty good, and it works. It's just it's not applied very frequently at this point.
So I am happy to introduce today's speaker. Can I get the attention? Okay, yeah. I'm happy to introduce today's speaker. She's Udochi. She's an infrastructure and product security engineer with over 5 years of experience securing large-scale systems at Adobe, Coinbase, and Juniper Networks. She holds a master's degree in cybersecurity along with the CISSP and CISM certifications. Udochi is passionate about bridging the gap between cybersecurity, engineering, strategy, and helping the organizations move from reactive security to proactive resilience. Welcome, Udochi.
Hi, everyone. I'm Udochi. Thank you so much for being here, especially as it's lunchtime. And thank you to BSidesPDX for this opportunity. I really appreciate it. So if you work in endpoint security or detection, you're probably familiar with the problem of endless data, endless telemetry from endpoint devices, sockets, processes, network events. And these are things that are being recorded like almost on a per second basis. We get a fire hose of data, and we get this deluge of data, but we don't really have like a lot of insight as to how to interpret that data and actually use that data in ways that are effective for security. And this talk is mainly aimed at teams that are looking to improve their endpoint detection and response program and get actionable information from their data. So the question then becomes, what makes an event interesting? When should we take a closer look at data? This talk isn't about collecting data or deploying more tools. It's about what do we do with the data that we already have? How do we reason about it? How do we build thresholds? How do we connect signals in ways that reduce noise without losing vital information? We could also ask, when is the right moment to pull in an analyst or a detection engineer? How do we design alerts that are both efficient, so we're getting the right data, but also humane, and we are not burning out analysts? Over the next few minutes, we'll explore different types of endpoint queries to see what kind of information we can get. So when we talk about endpoint visibility, we usually talk about adding more sensors, getting more logs, but the issue isn't really about the volume of data we should be collecting. It should be about the issue isn't really about the visibility of the data, or rather the visibility into the data, but the volume of the data that we're collecting. A typical mid-sized organization might generate hundreds of thousands, sometimes millions of systems events a day. Every binary execution, every socket is recorded. But then we notice that out of that float, probably like we can get maybe 10,000 alerts a day, and even fewer will lead to real incidents. So the challenge isn't in collecting more data, it's in distinguishing what is interesting versus what is actually important and actionable. And to build that logic, we first need to understand what different endpoint queries actually reveal. So once we accept that we can look at everything, the next step is to decide what kind of signal each query gives us. Looking at this table, the first layer looks at single event anomalies. So here we're talking about things that in by themselves might look odd, like for example, say a file executing from the TMP folder, a new launch agent appearing in macOS, a PowerShell command in bx64 text. Technically, these are interesting events, but they don't really give us a lot of information, and they're not actionable in and of themselves. The next layer looks at correlated multi-event patterns. Here we start linking various events that we see. So for example, thinking of that file that was executed in the TMP folder, what happens if it says opens a network socket? What happens if it drops a file into persistence? So now we are seeing a story, not just a snapshot, and our confidence is increasing. And then finally, we have time-bound sequences. That's when a behavior unfolds across time. So for example, imagine we have like repeated login failures, and then we have a successful admin login and a service installation. So Now we are moving into actual incident territory. So what does this tell us? Each layer increases confidence. The more relationships and timing we observe, the fewer false positives we get, and the faster analysis and focus on what truly matters. So basically, the takeaway from this section is, one, endpoint queries tell different kinds of truths, and two, confidence grows with context, correlation and timing are our compass. So now that we know what queries can reveal, let's explore what patterns deserve our attention. So what I want all of us to take away from this slide is not just memorizing queries and being like the most technically competent query writer, but having a mental framework of how to look at events. I mean, we have different systems, and we may never see these exact alerts, but there should be an approach that we take when looking at endpoint events. So across macOS, Windows, and Linux, alerts tend to fall into three families. We have execution anomalies, persistence mechanisms, credential or privilege abuse. Execution anomaly refers to when something is running out of an unexpected location, kind of like the previous example of running a file out of the TMP folder. Persistence mechanism, something that is trying to stay, something like a cron job, a scheduled task. Credential abuse, someone trying to expand access. So maybe dumping etc shadow, dumping LSAS, things like that. So these are just surface level symptoms, but the attacker's motivations are to, for access expansion, persistence, exfiltration through command and control. So what matters in this context is, one, the behavior, is that behavior in the wrong context, executing files, for example, from like unexpected locations, sequences that connect tactics, persistence, leading to network compromise, leading to privilege escalation, actions that break rhythm. Are we seeing events from during off hours, unexpected bursts, unusual hosts? So we need to develop a triage reflex that says, if we're seeing abuse of trust, if we're seeing deviation from the routine, if we're seeing different events link across, then that is something that we should probably take seriously. So if one can train themselves to like spot these three patterns, no matter what SIEM, tool, query language you're using, this forms the foundation for how to score and prioritize alerts later. So now that we know what types of events matter, let's talk about when they deserve an investigation, and that is where the three-question rule comes in. So after all these patterns and signals, how do we make it practical? This is what we call the quick question triage rule. And this is a rule that's, a handy, nifty rule that you can have. Say you have to look at something by 3 a.m. These are some basic questions you could ask. One, context. Is this something that is normal for the host or user? If it's something that you've never seen before, then it deserves a closer look. Secondly, does it touch credentials, admin accounts, system processes? Anything that crosses privilege boundaries definitely deserves a closer look. Third, correlation. Does this alert connect to others by time, behavior, or system? Even if signals are weak in the individual, in the aggregates, they become more serious. So if you can answer yes to 2 or more of those questions, then this is definitely something worth investigating. So before we talk about thresholds and scoring, let's talk about what separates signal from noise. One, we think about intent. What are the attacker's goals? It could be to maintain persistence, harvest credentials, execute lateral movements. No matter what the exploits, no matter what the events you're seeing, this will always be a constant. And normally, a universal deviation detector, something that breaks baseline behavior. It could be a web process, an off-hour launch, an unexpected parent-child link. And context, privilege, sensitivity, regulation. Now, when we talk about context, they don't necessarily make alerts malicious, but they definitely amplify its impact. So think of these as your 3 metal filters even before you start the detection process. So again, like I mentioned, you don't need to memorize every query, you need to recognize patterns. As we mentioned before, context, who, where, when. often more predictive than content. A true signal appears when multiple small behaviors connect intent to impact. When in doubt, ask yourself, is this behavior abnormal, privileged, persistent? If it checks 2 of these boxes, it's worth your time. Incidents don't announce themselves, they accumulate. A sudden sequence, pattern of repeated noise, shift in baseline frequency. These things could be like your first hint of compromise. And obviously, we can't run a SOC on instinct alone. Once we understand what kind of alerts deserve attention, the next step is to make that judgment repeatable, explainable, and tunable. And then this is when we begin to talk about thresholds and scoring. So you might be wondering, what do these numbers mean? How did we arrive at it? Let's break it down. So first of all, we define a base scale. In this example, we're picking 25 as our lowest credible anomaly. For example, say something like an unsigned binary in the TMP folder, while odd is common enough and can warrant like our lowest scoring. And then from there, everything becomes relative. For example, an outbound traffic to a red domain happens less often and is more likely to lead to a compromise. So that warrants a higher base rate. A persistence, say like through a launch agent, has an even stronger indication of compromise, and that warrants a higher base rate. So we don't just come up with these numbers arbitrarily. We look at history. What have we seen previously from our systems? What have we seen previously from the organization? And we use that information to inform what the base rate of a certain system event can look like. And then, in addition to that, we apply context multipliers. So for example, sometimes we could have the same behavior across different environments, but because they're happening in different environments, it leads to a different severity. Like for example, an issue on a developer laptop would definitely have less severity than, say, something on a production server, which would definitely have less severity than, say, something on a domain controller. So when we talk of multipliers, we're thinking of, for example, host sensitivity. Is it like on the dev laptop, a prod server, the privileged, is it a user or an admin, the data type, is it public information or PCI protected information, the frequency and the clustering of events. And so once we have both the base rate and the context multiplier, we can calculate a final score, which we map to thresholds. As you can see here, we have informational, medium, high, and critical. And, we don't just, again, just like with the numbers, we don't just come up with them arbitrarily. We are connecting these numbers to the SOC capacity. So say your team can only handle 30 manual investigations in a day, then you should probably tune your high and critical alerts to produce like 30 investigations in a day. We are trying to have something that is sustainable, something that doesn't burn out analysts, and a program that is realistic and workable. So the combination of the base rate and the context multiplier assigns a priority to an issue, and obviously assigns the priority of like what should be investigated versus what can be deprioritized. So diving in deeper into like base rates and context multipliers, because this is the calculation and the prioritization, and just want everyone to really understand how that works. So we think of base rates as confidence ratios. Like for example, say a persistent artifact can cause more verified incidents than a benign unsigned binary. So it earns a higher base rate. Base rate measures the inherent risk of an issue before we talk about context. So when we talk about scoring, it depends on 3 layers. We have prevalence, directness, and correlation value. With prevalence, we ask ourselves, how often does this event appear in our logs, in our data? If it's common, then we assign it a lower weight. We talk about directness. This action, does it indicate the attacker preparing for an attack or an actual attack action? If it's a direct attack action, say a privileged escalation and execution, it carries a higher base rate. And then for correlation value, how often the behavior has led to a confirmed incident, that also bumps its rate. So in summary, we have, if we have less commonality, more a direct action and correlating with other signals, that improves the base rate that we assign to an issue. So, and thinking also of in future, this is not just static data, this is something that is fed by the actual data that we see in our logs. And so there has to be like a quarterly review just to make sure that this data is still and is still relevant to the organization in future. And then the deep dive on context multipliers, we've already understood what base rates mean, but as anyone who's triaged alerts knows, context changes everything. The same signal can be routine in one setting and an emergency in another. So when we talk about context multipliers, we're talking about small explainable adjustments that reflect where and how an event occurs. So we think of the base rate as the seed, the starting confidence. Context multipliers are the soil, weather, and fertilizers. They don't change what the event is, but they change how quickly it grows into a response. Multipliers make a model alive. For example, a PowerShell command at noon from a developer laptop is different from receiving that same notification, say, at 3 a.m. at night. So when we talk about context multipliers, we have 5 dimensions. We have privilege, place, pattern, peers, periods. Basically, we're asking ourselves, when we talk about an issue, who generated it? Where did it happen? When did it happen? How often is it repeating? And how many other signals agree? The more of these tend towards abnormal or high impact, the higher the weights. And just like with the base rates, we calibrate these at regular intervals just to make sure that they're current and useful to the organization. So basically, at the end, when we combine inherent risk of base rates and the situational contexts, we move from like static to an adaptive detection, basically a detection that is more reflective of what is actually happening in the organization. And so this is one way to reduce noise without losing visibility. So to make all this sustainable, we wrap the scoring logic inside the governance framework. For example, each detection rule lives in the catalog with its own owner, micro-wrapping, expected noise level, and last tuning dates. So this makes it both accountable and traceable. Every quarter, just like I mentioned, we review the weights based on true and false positive data and real incident outcomes. We then pipe these scores into the incident playbook. In terms of how we address different levels of incidents in the playbook, for example, maybe low-level events can be logged automatically, mediums could be ticketed, and then we can focus our efforts on high and critical and make sure that we resolve them within whatever SLA aligns with the organization's risk expectations. So this keeps the volume of the alerts and the SOC constant with the human capacity of the SOC team, so we're not having burnout, we're not having overwhelm, and the SOC analysts can actually focus and do good detection. And then finally, we measure metrics like, say, the false positive rates, the alert volume per tier, and the mean time to respond. And then finally, we get all this data and we feed it back into the weighting model, so making sure that the weighting model has continuous feedback, is current, is informational, is useful, and it never gets stale. So up until now, we focused on how to calculate what matters. In this slide, we're going to turn math into action without burning out analysts. So this table is the product of aligning risk scores with human capacity. So basically, for example, for low-level alerts, these are informational and low confidence signals. For example, single events, routine noise, common pattern. The goal here isn't to have a response, is to have an observation, or rather to observe them, log them, trend them, and see if there is any significant change in that trend that warrants a response. And something that really helps here is automation, because given the volume of information we get at this stage, it's going to be overwhelming for any SOC team to manually triage them. And then the next level, we talk about medium-level incidents, and here we talk about things where we are seeing correlation, but we don't yet have full proof that an incident is in progress. So for example, an unsigned binary with outbound traffic, but no credential use. So we can ticket these and maybe have like, say, a 24, 48-hour SLA, this is not something that we need to be on the clock with like SOC analysts. This is not something that we need to wake up someone by 3 a.m. to look at. So basically, we are disclassifying low and medium, just so that SOC analysts have the attention and the bandwidth to focus on the high and critical issues. And then speaking of the high and critical issues, this is where we have behaviors like persistence, credential access. These go to the incident response team, depending on the SLAs for the team. This could be things that maybe have to be resolved in an hour, 2 hours. So basically making sure that containment time, equals survival time. So how did we arrive at this cutoff? We ask, how many meaningful incidents can our team handle in the day? Then we tune our threshold so that roughly many of these alerts land in each bucket. The point isn't to have a perfect detection program. The point is to have a sustainable program that we can work with without burning out analysts. I mean, at the end of the day, if everything is urgent, nothing is actionable, and so tearing these issues kind of make us, realize, okay, this is something that we need to prioritize. This is something that I should wake up at 2 a.m. for versus having everything be a fire and burning everyone out. So if there's anything I would like everyone to take away from today, let it be this. The job of the analysts and the detection engineer is not to analyze or triage every issue, but to focus on what matters and focus what brings the best investment for the detection program. Some principles to remember: think in pattern, not tools. The signature changes, but the pattern doesn't. Think about execution, persistence, privilege. Use triage heuristics and not gut instincts. A high or critical score should mean something to the SOC team. If someone gets something that is labeled high or critical, they should understand why that is. So it should make sense to the humans that work in detection and not just the system. Calibrate thresholds to human capacity. A higher critical, I've spoken about that. Keep your scoring model alive. Let data refine your intuition. Again, think about all that data that we talked about. They are living things. They are things that can change. It's not just something that is static. It's something that we keep monitoring and including feedback in to make sure that it's relevant in current time. Detect intense activity. The best detections mirror adversary goals, not every possible signal. And above all, focus on actionable alerts and not noise. So yeah, basically, the big takeaway from this is, not everything is important. Focus on what is actionable. Over the course of this talk, we have gone through like the factors, the characteristics, things to watch out for, to make, to help us identify what needs our attention versus something that can be deprioritized. And so yeah, that's basically it. So thank you everyone, and if anyone has questions. Yes, please.
Have you found any off-the-shelf or open source AI tools that actually would help with doing what you're talking about there, to help these small teams be able to filter out that noise and things like that?
I mean, I won't say that I've found a specific product, but I do know that, especially when it comes to things like alerting, prioritization, calculating risk scores, that's something that AI could help with. So that's definitely something that a smaller team could leverage to help cut off most of the manual work that's involved in this. Yes, please.
I like how you think about kind of tuning or calibrating the severity of different alerts to like the capacity of your analyst team. But do you ever have like organizations you've worked for, like do you ever worry that that could be obscuring, like, well, maybe we need more analyst capacity? And if you limit the number of high severity alerts, let's say to based how many they can handle a day, could you be hiding things that you'd want investigators to look into? You know what I mean?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, in security, an ideal state would be to secure everything, do everything, but unfortunately we work within budgets, we work within organizational priorities, so that's something that the security team has to communicate the risk to the wider business and say, okay, this is the risk of not having enough SOC analysts on our team, and negotiating that. And unfortunately, if that's not something the company can support, then that is where we have like a security exception process, just to make sure that the company is aware of the risk of not having a sufficiently staffed SOC team.
Cool. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Somebody lost an AirPod. If you find some AirPod while on your way, please give it at the lost and found at the first floor, please. Thank you. a great speaker. Fevin is a senior security engineer on the detection and response team at Remitly, where he focuses on building and refining detections, leading incident response, and driving proactive threat hunting initiatives across cloud-native infrastructure. With a background in digital forensics and incident response, Fevin has investigated over 400 ransomware, insider threat, APT, nation-state intrusions, and a cloud breach cases during his time as a senior consultant at Charles River Associates. His work also included supporting ransomware negotiations and advising clients across healthcare, finance, education, and technology sectors. So welcome, Fevin.
Hi everyone. So my topic for today is Okta detection engineering, from logs to detection. Now, why this talk? Okta primarily is an identity provider, meaning it handles how your users authenticate and what kind of applications they have access to. So they gatekeep authentication and access. And since getting access into Okta for an attacker is mostly like getting access to almost everything in your network, this is like one of the prime targets for attackers out there. And the challenge with Okta or any other identity platform is not the lack of signals, but there's a lot of it. And from within that signal, how can you identify what is an attacker behavior, what's an insider threat behavior, and what's your usual user doing some dumb stuff, right? Now, I'm using Okta as an example because, at least from their website, they claim 15,000 customers, 2/3 of Fortune 100s, meaning within all the IDP, Okta becomes like a high-value target for threat actors, and threat actor groups like Lapsus been targeting IDPs as one of their initial foothold for a pretty long time. And I guess like the recent Verizon report also mentions 81% of compromise happens or starts with a compromised identity. And so that's why this talk more is about like making Okta logs less mysterious and more useful. Now, just a little bit about myself. I guess she gave a good introduction for me. Currently working as a senior security engineer at Remitly. It's a global remittance platform where we work on providing trusted financial services across borders. Previous work life, it was more on the consulting side, focusing on incident response and forensics. All right, this is what we'll be hitting for today, breaking down what actually Okta logs, how those logs track back into user behavior, how we can identify patterns within those behaviors. From there, I'll also move into some practical detection ideas that you all can use in your environment. And finally, I'll wrap up with some links to research and stuff that help me do my Okta detection engineering work. If that sounds good, I'll start with stuff. All right. Now, Okta provides you with a detailed system log of almost every event that happens in your environment, and they expose that via the GUI on the admin console side, and you can also use APIs to transfer these log into your SIEM solution, either as stream or batch configuration. And each log type has an event type associated with it, and that's what gives you like, hey, this log talks about authentication, or this log talks about auth access. So event type is that identifier that lets you know what the logs are about. For my work, I had to start organizing all these different type of logs because last time I checked, there's almost 1,025 unique event types. So you need to have an idea what kind of functional aspects these logs hit. And this is the categorization that I ended up with. Authentication and access event, that gives you everything to do with user authentication, what kind of MFA is accessed, what policies they were hitting before an access was made. Management access relates to everything from an admin action perspective, if they go on changing which user groups can access what kind of apps, stuff like that. Any changes will be logged in the management events. Application and SSO events tag or log all the OAuth token pass that happens between Okta sessions. Security and threat events is a pretty useful set of logs. So when you pay for Okta, you're not just paying for the service, you're also paying for their threat handle, the kind of threat actors they are tracking, the kind of insights they want their customers to know. So these events, this classification will have those kind of events. workflow and automation. Okta lets you automate certain tasks based on certain triggers, and any action that goes into that side is logged under workflow and automation events. System and operational events are more like from an API, rate limit perspective stuff. It's more logs of how Okta works in the background, but not the actual stuff that they provide us. But there are certain cases where these logs are also comes handy. Now, with these groupings, I'll kind of jump to a quick overview of the log structure. Now, my idea is not to go through everything, but just point out certain stuff that we'll be using throughout the session. UUID or the event identifiers provide you a unique value to track back a certain event. Event type, the one that I mentioned earlier, tells you what kind of a log it is. Actor in any Okta log is the entity who initiated the action. And for automation and Okta-related stuff, you'll always see Okta system@okta.com, and that's how you identify workflow-based activities or like actions Okta takes inside. Client will always have the access information of a user in terms of what device they were accessing, what kind of application they were using to log in. Authentication context would always contain what kind of MFA did they use? Is it a phishing-resistant MFA? Does it talk about user presence or user verifying? Stuff like that. Target is the entity that was target of an action. Now, if it's a admin activity involving a user group, the user group would be the target. If it's a IT admin doing some stuff on one of the users, then that user would be the target. Outcome will just tell you if the action was successful or not. And something that we'll use a lot would be the debug context part. Now, debug context will contain all the debug actions Okta took before letting a user in or denying their access. And this would be the stuff that we'll be using for detection. Before we start with the detection piece, there are like certain caveats and edge cases that we should be thinking about when we are working with Okta logs. Certain logs doesn't give you the ability to track back to the authentication process. Let's say you are in an authenticated session, does certain set of actions. Those actions will also be logged, but in certain cases, you cannot track back that action to the authenticated session, meaning it becomes tough for your instant response actions because you want to know how this action was allowed in your environment. So in those cases, you have to find workarounds. This is something that we have notified Okta. Hopefully, they'll be working on it. Admin console gives you a admin level access depending on what kind of an admin you are. Now, any actions you take, like from a change perspective or an edits, they are logged. But if you browse through stuff, look through stuff, and if it's a threat actor who is doing reconnaissance via the GUI, you will never know what resources they were snooping around. Another big pain point is the target field JSON structure. It's a multi-value JSON array, but without a good key value pair definition, meaning if you want to know what is inside each of those objects, you have to go through it, figure out the value, and then decide whether or not I should be hitting it. You'll never get to see, hey, this target object is everything to do with authentication. You won't get that. You have to go through and figure out. With that caveats out of the place, I still want the audience to see how a good detection should look like. Doing ClickOps or GUI-based safe search is not how we should be hitting detection, at least in this day and age. We should have detection as a code, maybe a YAML file that holds a good schema that your team has agreed upon, something that will talk about the detection, what the intent of the detection is. Splunk, because I'm more familiar with Splunk, I'm using Splunk as an example, the actual code that goes in, and then some metadata associated with the detection, like who's the author, what kind of MITRE attack tactic are you framing this detection for, is it a TTP or an IOC-based detection, stuff like that. And also the configuration elements, because when you run something in Splunk or when you say I have a detection, it's nothing but a search that goes through a set of logs you have. So you need to specify what's the window of the log that you're looking for, at what cron schedule you want these searches to run. So codify everything and have it detection as a code is the right way to go. All right, now actually going into the detection engineering side. We'll talk about how we can, we'll figure out what Okta actually logs and what these Okta detections actually mean for us. And the tough part for a presentation like this is there are so many of the event types, so many of detections you can write. How do you come up with something useful for the audience? For that, I'm taking these 4 detections. With all these 4 detections have the same base fundamental, that is login without FIDO. For people who are not familiar with FIDO, it's a hardware-based phishing-resistant MFA, and it saves you a lot of trouble. Like if you are using pin code or passcode based or push based MFA, you're really asking for trouble. This is how the industry should be going with, and that's why I'm starting with the detection of login without FIDO. Once we have the login without FIDO set up, then we can start using it for multiple other detections like geo-impossible login from Tor or VPN, because a lot of the DPRK IT worker detections, you can at least start with VPN and also threat intel input that your team is providing related on what kind of ASNs they are accessing from. Or if you are belonging to a certain type of organization, there'll be threat actors targeting that specific organization, maybe finance, healthcare, and your threat intel teams probably have a good list of network infrastructure they'll be using. So you can have 4 different detections, but with the same base logic. Now, when I was working on Okta detections, the way I was going with this, like researching the behavior, meaning I need to understand how Okta sees login without a FIDO. Once I have that behavior sorted out, I can create a base search, and you test that behavior, because every organization is different. Every organization have their own exceptions or high-value user groups that they don't want to have FIDO-based MFA, and all those problems. So you need to understand how this detection would work in your environment. And for certain detections, though, you would be using Okta's own behavior insights. And to use those insights, you need to know how those insights are configured in your environment. You cannot just use it out of the box, because you have to configure it first and then use it in your detection. All right, and for people who are not used to FIDO-based MFA, there is another BSides Portland talk from 23 that says lapsus is winning. It talks about the importance of having MFA-based, hardware-based MFA, and a couple of other details to make sure that you're ready for all the nation-state threat actors. All right, now researching the behavior. So when a user is accessing Okta-gated SaaS application from a device enrolled in Okta Verify, or for cases where the device is not enrolled in Okta Verify, you get to see a flow of event types, and usually those event types are auth by MFA, some policy evaluation, and these ones. Now, the goal of a good detection is not to use all the event types or all the insights you have, but rather identify those event types that will give you everything you need, make your detections less blotty or less brittle. And the required signals that I'm looking for when I want to write a detection for auth without FIDO would be, I should know if it's a successful login or not. I need to have the user information of the user who initiated the authentication, what authentication methods were used, like is it FIDO, the client information, what was the user agent, what IP address they are coming in from, what's the ASN org name, ASN value, bunch of those information, and certain Okta insights or enrichments where they say, hey, this user is new for this user. This IP is new for this user, or this user agent, or this city, or this country is new for this user. So those insights and enrichments are what I'm looking for. Now, I can open up each event type and show you all, but you have to trust me on this one, that from my research, what I identified as the best event types for identifying login behavior is user authentication auth by MFA and user authentication verify. And I know it's kind of tough to trust someone you just met, so I have both these logs out here. So this one is the user authentication verify log that I was talking about. This event usually couples all the MFA auth or all the MFA evaluation as associated with an event. So ideally, if there was like 3 set of MFA factors that you had to provide to get your authentication sorted, all of those 3 auth should be coupled into user authentication verify. But in certain events, you'll never see this event, but you'll only see the individual MFA auth. That's why I'm using both of these events for writing my detection. And you can see that you have the actor information, you have the client information, you'll see if it was a successful auth or not, and the target field that I was talking about, we'll look at it into further detail. But everything that I want, or all the values that I was looking for in the required signal part, is contained here, and that's how I'm going to hit my detection. Now, this is a pseudocode SPL, and with the information we have that we are looking for, Okta system logs. The names are painful, right? Like, you have to use a lot of SPath to get to the actual stuff you want, so there'll be like a lot of renaming commands that go between the index and the search. And since I mentioned those two are the only event types that I want to focus on, I'm searching for those event types, event outcome success. Because whenever you have something like an IDP out, threat actors are always knocking on the door. So if you start writing detections on failures, it'll be a mess. Then you have to extract all MFA details. Now, if you look at the screenshot, you can see in the target section, Okta logs what kind of authenticator it was, what's the display name associated with it, and what are the properties of the method that you use. You can see phishing resistant, device bound, user presence, all that information there. Now, I particularly like to use the properties field and not the method type used, because Okta FastPass, another tool of Okta, in certain event flows are phishing resistant, but in certain ones they are not. So just going by an authenticator's name or the method type is not the right way to go, at least from my research. You should always hit the verified properties angle. And for me, I'm specifically looking for the phishing resistant tag there. And the idea with this detection I had is, rather than following each and every transaction ID, or rather than following logs in a transactional manner, what you can do is just bucket all the events that you need, including MFA details, into user email and source IP address buckets. And within the source user and the source IP bucket, you look, is there even a single phishing resistant login that was enabled? And why am I doing this is, let's say a user logs in to an app that's not a high priority app, and they can probably log in just with their password. But in that same, let's say 30-minute time frame, if they access something that's of a admin level access, probably they'll have to provide the phishing resistant MFA. So, and if that's happening from the same IP address, you essentially are not going to have false positive for the first event, since you are bucketing all this information together. And at the end, you are like, hey, for this user and this IP address, is there even at least one phishing resistant MFA? And that's how you reduce your amount of false positive. And this is the user authentication verify log. It also has the same method used to verify properties that I was talking about. So just want to give the audience a chance to see how the logs look like in Okta. And this is the actual detection SPL. Kind of looks ugly when compared to the pseudocode, but again, just giving the audience a chance to see how it looks like. All these painful SPaths that I had to do is because of the target JSON field structure, which doesn't let me identify what value I'm looking for. Rather, I have to look through everything to find the value that I'm looking for. And in a graphical representation, this is what I say when I talk about buckets. If you imagine both these buckets are for the same user, it's the same events that we are looking for: authentication verify, auth via MFA, for two different IP addresses. One bucket has only WebAuth and phishing resistant methods, so this will pass and wouldn't trigger my detection. But the other one that's using password push or Okta verify push, this particular bucket would trigger my detection. Now, whenever you are using multi-events to find a detection or find a behavior, the suggestion is always go for a sliding window approach, where there is overlap between the timeframes that you're looking for. This way you can make sure that your detection is not brittle and won't break if there is like a log latency, or if there is like inter-event log latency dependency. And having a sliding window approach, at least from my research, has helped me reduce the number of false positives that end up reaching my pipeline. The sliding window diagram has nothing to do with the explanation. It just Just want to visually represent how it looks like. Now that we have the base search that I showed you all, like the pseudocode or the actual SPL, I can now marry it with threat intel input and be like non-FIDO login, and the source IP is part of our threat intel lookup. Or you can be like login without FIDO, and Okta identifies the IP as a VPN node. In the debug context, debug data, in the tunnel section, you can see that Okta was identifying this particular IP address as part of ExpressVPN and that it's type VPN. Now, from observation, the tunnel field exists only if Okta identifies an IP address as part of a Tor node or a VPN node. And also, if you see in the behavior section, you can see certain values, new location, new geolocation. All these are behaviors that Okta identifies for each user when they are passing through an authentication flow. And we'll talk about it in the incoming slides. But finally, now you research your behavior, you identified what logs are useful, you created a base search, now you got to do the testing behavior side. And testing the behavior is almost like a threat hunt exercise, because now you have a detection that will help you identify login without FIDO. Now you go through your organization logs and you figure out, are there any surprises, right? Like your IT team can provide you information that, hey, there's no user or group without deprecated MFA or who are using just password, but you using your query can actually unearth and figure out if there are exceptions. And if there are exceptions, you can use those as talking points to communicate with your COPSEC or IT team and figure out what the hell is going on. Also, is the search slow? You can create logs that'll, you can create detections that'll use all the different type of event types, do all these funky things. But if it's actually a slow search, how much pressure are you putting on your detection engine when you have like multiple of these detections? Because one detection won't solve your problems. You need to map out, figure out along with a MITRE ATT&CK framework or some other framework and see your gaps. So try to strive for detections or searches which are not slow or too resource intensive. Are there events where the detection logic is breaking? Like, are there events that you never accounted during your research phase that is showing up from the logs? Maybe, and also you cannot research everything and figure out, there'll always be edge cases, but having to test your environment and test your logs, you'll get to see all that places where the detection logic might be breaking. You get back to your workbench, may either have a different detection if you feel your initial detection might get diluted, or find a way to handle these. Record the observations, one, so that you can speak to your IT or COPSEC teams, and second, I've always found that having runbooks that talks about common false positives is a real good habit to have, because you might have thought about the false positives, have your suppressions in detection, but there might be false positives of the same nature that might surface up. So for an on-call engineer or a SOC analyst, it's one of the best help you can provide by talking about, hey, these are some common false positives while they go through the runbook. And also some Okta nuances, like you might think that the only value associated with a particular event field is positive and negative, because you just saw positive, you're assuming a negative should be the next other value. But there are cases where Okta cannot identify something as positive or negative, and they'll be like bad request or unknown output. So there are nuances that you should be looking for, and never assume anything when you're writing your detection. Another nuance that I've noticed is when you have like iCloud private relay on your Safari, Okta would identify it as a proxy, and then would allow it probably on every user that's trying to access. So those kind of nuances you figure out and you filter them in your detection. Now, this is the part that I want to talk about regarding decoding the behavior by matching Okta configuration. So our same detection, login without FIDO, and let's say we want to marry it with geo-impossible user. You can use Okta's behavior outcome in the debug context that says new location negative, or it says, hey, is it from a new location? Is it a new geolocation? Is it a new device? So these are some of the behaviors that you can use in your detection. And if you see the pseudocode here, I'm using the same pseudocode up until the bucket all relevant fields. And after that, I'm like, hey, check if velocity is not negative. Another nuance, always like don't make the detections brittle. Like don't make it too rigid by saying check if velocity is positive is the only time it should fire, because apart from positive, there'll be some other values that will be hitting this field that I'll show you in a bit. So try to make your detection more, I don't know, like what's the right word, but like it should be accepting changes and not set to fail because it's just looking at one type of value. Now, these are all the behaviors, and you really need to be inside Okta in the admin console under security behavior section and look at how your current behavior configurations are. Let's say velocity, which is the one I'm using in my detection. Velocity is calculated by understanding the time and distance between two consecutive login. And if you have velocity set to like, I don't know, 60 kilometer per hour, you're bound to failure because you'll have a lot of false positive. But maybe set it up at the speed of a usual airline or aircraft. I guess it's like 800 to 900 kilometer per hour. And another tip, if you're ever having a detection that looks through VPN, Tor node, stuff like that, if you're having a detection that looks for geo-impossible behavior, make sure you're filtering out VPN and Tor proxy node because that'll really mess up how the calculation is done. And also, apart from negative and positive, two values that Okta adds to the behavior is unknown. When Okta doesn't have enough history on the user, let's say user was active last time 5 years back and they log in, Okta won't have the information to calculate the velocity or whatever. Bad request is another value you would see associated with the behavior when Okta doesn't have information in the event itself to identify whether or not it's a new geolocation. In both these cases, depending on how you configure, Okta does force the user to authenticate again or show the MFA again if it could identify the behavior as negative or positive. But again, you have to know how your Okta is configured. You cannot blindly trust a tool to do all the good things when we haven't configured it to the right context we want. Another part I want to hit is reducing noise with enrichment and profiling. Now, I'm a strong believer that effective security detections rely not just on visibility, but on actionable context. If you look at this scenario that an employee is, let's say, working from a cafe whose Wi-Fi egress is through a commercial VPN. And it's a bad idea though, but if the user reported a lost YubiKey and the help desk is like, hey, now you get to be on this 24-hour exception group from FIDO, these two incidents will trigger our detection that looks for non-FIDO login from a VPN. But what if our detection has the ability to check up databases or key value stores for each user and each machine in your infrastructure and figure out, hey, is this IP address associated with their managed device? If yes, don't fire, because what you are looking for is not to see a glaring hole inside your IT or policy, but you are trying to see, is this the attacker? Because if you're deciding to page your on call, it should be a high fidelity alert, and it should be an attacker and not a user behavior. But if you're trying to write detections from an insider threat angle, or if you're trying to evaluate how your policies are, then yeah, definitely this one should fire. Or maybe we can think of it this way. If it's a managed machine IP, don't page your on-call, but still create a ticket or just bring a visibility that something's up. And one of the ways you can do this on Splunk at least is Splunk gives you the ability to run MongoDB databases called KV store. So you can have save searches that look through multiple other logs, not Okta. It can be your EDR log, it can be your MDM log, and keep filling multiple information that can be used in your detections into these profiles. I like to call them user and machine profiles. And your detections should have the ability to check these profiles whenever they want to decide to fire a detection or not. Some other place it's useful is in the risk stacking part. So if you have like a BPO outsourced contractor who is logging without FIDO, I don't know why, the source IP address match, let's say, so if you have an ability to see, all right, you have a BPO employee, can we find their actual parent company? If that's available in your user profile, you can check that against your ASN value in the auth and be like, all right, it's a BPO user, but they are logging in from their own organization. The login is inside the contractor schedule shift because my user profile would have, hey, these are the usual times this user logs in from. And user only has access to low risk app. So you can have a risk stack that looks for BPO user, no FIDO login, cool. Is it a BPO user? All right. Is it during their shift time? All right. Is the login from an ASN org that's associated with them? Cool. And you can be like, all right, maybe I don't want to page an alert right now. I'll still create a ticket. I'll still want my on-call engineer to know that something's up, but I don't want to disturb their sleep at, I don't know, 2 a.m. And especially if you're working in situations where the detection engineering team is separate from the SOC team, these are the ways you can be like compassionate partners and still make sure you have like effective security detections. Testing and productionizing detections. Now, initially I showed a snippet of how detection as a code should look like. And if you have detection as a code, if you have like a central repository where your detections are living, if you have validation steps, then this whole process kind of becomes easy and you don't have to manually do stuff all the time. When I'm thinking about testing my detections, I think about a unit test where a curated log can be passed to my detection and see if my detections is working as intended. To find this curated log, either I can make up a log, research, figure out how these logs look like, and feed it to my detection. Integration test is when I would like to run my detection in a pre-prod environment and feed it historical logs in batches and see how my detection performs against a batch of logs and not just a single set of logs. Adversary simulation, another good idea to have. There's a tool called Dorothy by Elasticsearch that helps you run some adversary simulation. Not all MITRE ATT&CK stuff can be tested with this tool, but there's a bunch of detections that should be fired, bunch of actions, threat actor actions that can be fired from Dorothy. Also, with this test, you should have a success criteria. What's the true positive rate that you're looking for in a seeded environment? Especially if you're doing unit tests, you should have 100% success criteria. False positives, over a certain day of time, you can figure out what's the aptitude for your team and come up with a number that supports the whole org. Now, my idea with this part of the presentation is not to explain how to set up a CI/CD detection pipeline, but more like evangelize this. So I'll just run through how a good scenario looks like, or how a happy detection engineer might look like. I have an SPL that I researched on, figured out. Now I'm pretty confident that, hey, this will find or this will alert on the intent of the detection. I need to have me as an engineer, I'll come in, I'll take a branch from my main repo and run maybe like a Python file that'll help me answer some questions and come up with a final bundle of detection. This is the same screenshot I was showing, but only the second half. So me as a detection engineer just works on the SPL, comes into my CI/CD branch, run some script, create this YAML package, and once that YAML package is published, the thing I have to remember is I'll take it as dev, pre-prod, and prod. So if it's a dev tag, my CI/CD system, if it's GitHub, like GitHub action, should take that test input. You can see at the bottom there is a sample row integration test and certain integration assertions that, hey, if this detection fires on that particular sample log, I should get at least one result. And within that one result, I should have at least, I don't know, 22 unique data points inside it, and maybe at least 15 of them should be definitely present. You can have multiple different assertions. This is the assertion that I'm working with. So if it's a dev alert, my GitHub actioners or my CI/CD should know that, hey, let's send this SPL to Splunk. Let's send this particular unit test, get the output back, and if it passes this assertion test, then the first unit test is done. And if it's successful, you now have a dev detection in your main branch. Now, once I'm happy with my dev detection, I want to take it to pre-prod level. I'll again branch my main detection, change the tags from dev to pre-prod, and again start the whole process. And this time, my system should understand, oh, hey, this is a pre-prod detection. Let me send it to the pre-prod Splunk environment and And I can also set up, hey, what cron job it should be running at, what's the earliest time frame it should be looking, what's the latest time frame it should be looking, and also the CI/CD should identify that since it's a pre-prod alert, this shouldn't go into the main pipeline. The alerts from here should only go to the alert author. And as a team, you all should decide how many days you want your detection to be in pre-prod. Once that's done, maybe after 14 days, you can come back, and when you're trying to push it to prod, maybe prompt goes to one of your team members or all of your team, like, hey, review this particular detection. So now they have the test detection output. They know how the pre-prod is running, how many false positives were fired on the last 14 days. If it was like 15 alerts, 5 of them were false positive, maybe that's a value your team is happy to work with. And finally, when the team puts a stamp in, and that's when your detection goes into prod. So the whole testing part becomes much, much easier if you have CI/CD setup or detection as a code setup. Detection ideas, I'll probably run through this fast. Detection idea should always come from a framework. You should know what your gaps are, what your overlaps are, and that's how you should decide what to prioritize. Having that kind of a mapping helps you communicate easily with your leadership and tell them, this is the area we should be focusing more. Or, hey, this area we have enough detections and good coverage. Also, faster response. Something that's very useful is having runbooks that follow your attack framework and not detections. Because multiple detections can be still hitting the same kind of scenario that you're looking at. So there should be like one runbook to rule them all rather than runbooks for every separate detection. I have some hyperlinks that I have, which I'll be sharing in the other slide. These are the places that I go to when I want some inspiration or ideas. Okta has good detection that they provide their customer. Splunk has set of detection. CrowdStrike has an amazing blog post on how they identify these events and how they are using in their identity platform. And ScannerDev has a real good blog post. These 5 detections, though, I don't see it used much in much of these documentation. Maybe they have some of these now, but log stream tampering lets you know if you're dealing with like a threat actor who knows their shit, and when they are in their network, they would like to hide certain of these logs. IDP modification and user impersonation is something Lapsus and some other threat actor who's been using. Last year, there was a lot of these instances. User reported activity, please don't ignore these. Stuff like SolarWinds came out because of detections that fired for this intent. Session hijack is a tough nut to crack. And what I've found from my research is having context enrichment is the way to go. Don't try to solve this one, or maybe you can. And if you all could, then let the fraternity know. But always hit session hijack detections with context enrichment. These are some useful resources, some links, some places where you can understand Okta detections and how certain companies are doing it. And if you are an Okta customer, please upvote this request. Our director in the Dart team is a strong supporter for JAFO signatures in Okta logs, will help us identify user agent signatures much better. Organizations like Slack has already implemented them. Thank you so much. It's my first time presenting in a conference, so thank you all for being here. Questions, if any?
Thanks for an awesome talk, Fevin. One question I have for you is, if we implement Okta FastPass, right? FastPass, I think, uses TPM to generate signatures based on a processor key. If you have, I would say, like call centers where there are agents with old laptops that don't support TPM,
right,
it is going to be very hard to implement FastPass. So how do you solve those problems?
So in those cases, right, like if you feel that you cannot fight this and you still have to live with what you have, you do targeted detections. Like you need to identify what kind of user groups they go into, have a context enrichment in your detections that for these particular users, you look at what IP addresses they are coming from, and you have some strong policies that, hey, these particular contractors, they can only access stuff from their parent company's network or stuff like that. You have to find detection in depth on other angles where you can put some more restrictions. If they are all laptops, you probably cannot run Okta FastPass. So it's detection in depth and figuring out what other avenues we can enforce and have a tight watch on that group. Yep. Oh, all right. Yep.
Yeah, good job, and yeah, I'll take this. I missed one thing when you were talking about the unit test component of your detection validation workflow, and you said the first step was like, go one slide forward if you could. Oh shoot, maybe it was one slide back. Just that, using the deterministic event fixtures. Could you tell me again about what you mean by that?
Oh yeah. So the thing is, when you are researching, when you are running your searches, you will be in the Splunk screen or whatever SIEM you're using and running it with your authentication context. So you might have access to certain logs or indexes that your safe search might not. So my idea with the unit test is to not make sure that detection is good, but like your intent of, hey, can you hit this particular index? Can you hit this particular event field that you're looking for? Also with Splunk, there are certain configurations they can make where when the alert is ingested, when the log is ingested and when it's parsed, you can be like, hey, this is a really ugly ass name, right? So let me use a smaller field name. You might miss those, and that's why unit test should be like, can the safe search head run the detection or the search the same way you can run it and get the output?
So making sure that the search that you're testing is agnostic of like the Splunk user context.
Yeah,
Okay, yeah, cool.
Thanks for the talk. Earlier you mentioned in certain situations Okta FastPass is not phish resistant. What are those situations?
Probably, so I don't have like a really good answer for that. It just, I have to confess, in those ones, right, I haven't actually tried figuring out why it's happening. And since I was focused more on the detection angle, I was like, all right, I'll make my detection resilient to that. But I feel it's always in the policy evaluation part where in certain cases, if the first MFA that was authenticated was a phishing resistant MFA, then FastPass push is allowed rather than FastPass biometric pin. It's something to do with how FastPass is presented. Is it like a pin-based one or is it a biometric-based one? Apologies, I don't have like a good answer for it, but something that I should figure out.
Gotcha. Thank you. I think we primarily use the biometric one, so
Gotcha, yeah.
yours crossed were okay.
Yeah. There are no more questions. Thank you.
to BSides Portland 2025. This talk is the hardware procurement iceberg, a framework for keeping embedded research fun, cheap, and ethical. Your presenter is Yultzi. Yultzi spends his time during business hours conducting product security research for a large technology company. Outside of that, he spends an overwhelming amount of time quenching his curiosity with web, mobile, game, and embedded security research. He's a bug hunter and live hacking enthusiast, and he took first place in DistrictCon's inaugural Junkyard EOL Pwn-a-thon in 2025 and gave a talk at DEF CON Sky Talks back when those were still a thing. So everyone, enjoy the talk.
Testing. Hello, crew. Welcome one, welcome all. Hardware procurement iceberg here. I have to throw this disclaimer up. Sorry. All views and opinions expressed in this presentation are my own and are not reflective of views or opinions held by my employer, my university, or any other organizations that I affiliate with. Now that we have that out of the way. A little bit about me. For those of you that were confused by my handle, my name is Ben. That's my real life name, but I do research under Yultzi. It stands for You Love to See It. I love presenting all of my research, so I hope you love to see it as well. Like my intro said, I do security research during the day, not like product security research, but sort of everything full scope. I'm trying my hand at live hacking right now. It's a bit of a steep uphill climb, so I'm stumbling more than I am succeeding. To give you guys an idea about my background, I studied computer science, so I'm not an electrical engineer or a computer engineer at all, so I've had to learn a lot of this sort of off the cuff. And one of my main tenets is doing more with less. Fortunately or unfortunately, that means that I'm pretty thrifty and pretty cheap as a side effect. Some things to keep in mind. This is just a reason for you guys to leave if you won't find this talk particularly fulfilling. If you've been steeped in embedded research or hardware hacking for a long time, or if you're just a cynic, this is effectively a how to buy stuff cheaply talk, unfortunately. Concrete is the aim, but I only have like 17 minutes now. I won't be really talking about too much of my research because the research that is in progress is competitive in nature. Like eventually they'll be submitted for CVs or for live hacking competitions. Some approaches that I cover in the presentation may be ethically or legally dubious in nature. For ethics, look inward as to whether you want to use them yourself or not. In terms of legality, consult with a lawyer prior to attempting it. This is an interactive presentation. Raise your hand. How many of you are okay with being interactive? I love it. Amazing. Okay. And of course, flashbang warning. Next slide. If you're epileptic, this should not trigger you, but just a fair warning. Okay, so behold. Isn't it beautiful? How many of you have seen this exact iceberg before? Photos. Okay, we spend time on the internet, so I hope so. For those of you that read the abstract, unfortunately, I will not do 3 icebergs. I think ranking things on 3 different axes is just not quite concise enough, but I will go into benefits and drawbacks of everything that lands on the one iceberg. So yeah, why this template? Personally, I think that memes are one of the most effective vehicles to teach people new stuff. A lot of you have already seen this before, but for those of you that haven't, the scale is pretty intuitive. Everything on the surface of the ocean and above is very, very common, and as you start to break the surface and go lower and lower into the unviewed parts of the iceberg, it's much less common for reasons. And of course, this scale also presents a little bit of nuance with regard to risk. So the deeper you go, the higher risk you have of like financial loss, time loss, or even legal repercussions. It's a meme, so don't take it too seriously. It's not rigorous, it's kind of relative. If you disagree with any of the placements of the techniques that I have, you can rearrange them for yourself and go with that. So why this topic? Well, I think right now in 2025, we're kind of in a golden era in terms of getting people started for embedded research and hardware hacking. It's like perfect. I'll shout out some Portland legends. I know Philippe Loiret did a talk on DEF CON 27 on some telecom hardware hacking. I know Ray and Nix. Ray did a presentation earlier this BSides. They just presented this past summer, and it was pretty excellent. It was on the snitch puck, which isn't too common of a target, obviously. One talk that does stick out is Andrew Bellini's talk, which is Intro to Hardware Hacking, I think is the title. He goes into a lot of establishing like the cheap starter tool set. So we're talking like, I guess, logic analyzers and adapters that you can find on Alibaba for super duper cheap. And I'll give a special shout out to DistrictCon Junkyard. A lot of live hacking primarily focuses on products that are currently commercially viable and distributed. DistrictCon Junkyard focuses on end-of-life vulnerabilities, so think like forever bugs, like really old technology, and it's a good excuse to start hacking on stuff that you personally take interest in instead of stuff that can be considered like work-y or overly competitive. Philosophically, I like Milan Skitkovic's Things You're Allowed to Do. It's a blog that hasn't been updated since 2023, and I don't agree with everything that's listed on there, but I do think the education system has failed in a way by locking people sort of in a mental prison by telling them things that they're not allowed to do. So sometimes it's refreshing to see things that you are allowed to do instead. Some of you might dollar and cent me a little bit, but I think $1 saved is about $1.67 earned after payroll deductions and stuff like that. I think I'd prefer to save $1 versus earn one more in income. I'm really happy that this was approved for BSidesPDX because Portland is kind of OP. You have no sales tax, so everything is a little bit cheaper in a way. And you all have like a pretty good right to repair bill, I think, in the state right now. There's some weird cutouts for automotive, which I'm sure upsets a fair amount of people, and also really suspicious cutouts like for electric toothbrushes. Why? You know why. But I think it kind of is perfect because it's like the ideal research climate. Hello? Oh, shoot. How do I go back? Okay, I'll run through the like end-to-end embedded research workflow that works for me. I would say if you're looking at a lot of consumer electronics, firmware flows very freely. You can typically just lift the firmware right off of the vendor website. Unfortunately, sometimes it ends up being encrypted when it's distributed, and sometimes it's just not distributed at all, so you have to do like chip-offs and extract it directly off the chip. But at the end of the day, firmware is your source of truth for your vulnerability research. I think emulation is the one way you can get away with not having to buy a device, and it gets you pretty deep into the research cycle. QEMU will do emulation for you that gets you very, very far. From a research standpoint, it gets rid of any like dead code emulation that's just like bundled onto the firmware image and helps you identify entry points where you can feed in your input. Firmware emulation is pretty imperfect. For example, if you have to stub out like NVRAM stuff that you just can't get like perfectly right with your emulation, you're going to have to modify the firmware itself, and that's when you start to deviate from what you expect on a device. And of course, when you do end up finding bugs that you think exist on your research target, you need to verify your POC on hardware just to verify the vulnerability end to end. And it makes sense, right? You have a device that you buy, you factory reset it, thus you get the default firmware configuration. You prove that your exploit works, therefore the bugs are real, and then you get a payout. Occasionally, if you do go away from the typical embedded research sort of workflow and get into hardware hacking, we do Gore hardware. That means anything from like soldering, trace cutting, scratching solder mask off to access test points, doing chip-off reads if you can't manage to get it without desoldering, fault injection, anywhere from voltage to heat injection, stuff like that. So not all of these methods will be catering toward that sort of workflow. And yeah, let's actually run through this. 9 minutes, oh my God. The most obvious one, just buy it from a retailer. It's kind of weird from a legal standpoint. When you walk up to the counter at a store or you purchase or you submit an online order, it's actually sort of a contract. You submit it with your name, the product you want to buy, and the price you want to buy it at. It's up to the vendor to accept this contract, and then the resolution of the contract is exchanging your money for the thing. Once the exchange is complete, it's legally yours. The reason why I outline this is, say, you walk into a store, something is suspiciously cheap, and it rings up as suspiciously cheap, and you pay for it. As soon as you pay for it, they cannot stop you and force you to return it. You can just walk out the store. If not, I think you have a nice lawsuit on your hands. Any additional clauses attached to the sale are usually to your benefit, so think anything like return policies, warranties from the manufacturer, but of course if you end up modifying anywhere from the software to the hardware, it may void these, so keep that in mind. This is a good technique if time is money. If you have like a deadline where you need to verify something very quickly, just buy it. If you're confident enough in your research, you will get a payout to cover that cost. It is kind of lame for anything that's not like consumer hardware and anything that's in the sort of international market, because sometimes they won't sell stuff from abroad. So all the way at the top for sure. Borrowing from a friend. We love the art, right? Thank you. How many of you have friends? How many of you have a community? Hopefully everybody. Good, good, good. The subtlety of this is when you borrow from a friend, the custody changes, but the ownership is still theirs, so it's not yours. Being a good friend implies asking up front, establishing the rules of engagement, whether it's okay to void a warranty, crack it open, or like do any hardware modifications to it. So always ask. Offer something in return. Like collateral is fine if they expect the actual item back. A flat cut of the bug bounty money or percentage is always good because it sort of incentivizes them to help you more in the future. A hot meal, a favor, literally anything to like sustain that friendship. Sometimes firmware is really hard to update, so I like to update firmware on any device that I get my hands on, the official firmware, of course. And the only drawback of this sort of approach is your target list is only as interesting as your friend's shopping list is, so you can't win it all. That's pretty high up. Thrift shop, who loves thrifting? Raise your hand. All right, beautiful. Yeah, you walk into a thrift shop, you never know what you can find. It's a bunch of secondhand surprises. It's very much subject to the luck of the draw. Typically, you'll just find like junk or legacy stuff. But if you're really just trying to try your hand in embedded research or hardware hacking, it's like the undisputed budget champion. You might as well. And it's very fertile grounds for if you want to work on like exploit development on end days. You can get routers, for example, which is kind of like the entry point for very, very cheap. E-waste recyclers. Has anyone ever been to an e-waste recycling shop? A few hands, good. It's sort of the nexus or crossroads for all electronics. The way the business works is that people will just drop off the electronics they don't want anymore. It's a donation. But then they'll end up refurbishing, wiping any drives that are attached to it, and then make sure that it's tested and put on the floor. Sometimes these companies have contracts with like IT firms to get rid of all their decommissioned hardware, and that's where you can get like lots and lots of like, I guess, higher end electronics that you can test on. Think like router racks or like switches. It comes with testing verification if they're licensed. The EPA is not in a great spot right now, but they do recognize 2 official licensings for these types of businesses, which is R2 and e-stewards. There's a third one that's not officially recognized called RIOS, and that's pretty good. And the only drawback is that testing can be shaky, but usually they even provide a return policy that'll let you come back if something's not quite right. Keywords that you want to look out for is full function tested versus key function tested. If it's only key function tested, it could get in your way. So now we've started to break the surface. eBay. Who's an eBay aficionado in here? Who loves eBay? Yeah, for sure. That's where many great hardware hacking stories begin. It's really good if you know what you want to hack on specifically, but want to save a little bit of money and time is on your side. It has a really great search feature, so you will eventually find it. Although it's kind of at the will of like who's selling right now, so it may require some time or patience if you're looking for something really particular. It has a global reach. Tariffs have thrown a wrench in a lot of things right now, obviously, but eBay has like the global shipping policy or something like that, where instead of shipping peer-to-peer, like across like oceans or borders, they'll have like a aggregate shipping station like on the border of like certain continents, and then they'll just shove everything into a shipping container, bring it over the ocean, and then ship it over from that distribution center. So it brings the shipping cost down quite a bit. And eBay has great buyer protection. If something goes wrong or someone sends you the wrong item, if they don't respond, sometimes you get free hardware out of it. So it's like, you just get it for $0. So good. I have to shout out Ray and Nick's here. I think the snitch puck was like $1,700, low 4 figures, but they managed to get it for $500 or so. So, you know, the power is in eBay for sure. Facebook Marketplace. Oh my goodness. Surely all of you have a Facebook Marketplace story to tell. It's absolutely unhinged. Everyone is just a person. There's no like feedback system attached to an account. And there's a lot of scammers and a lot of burner accounts. It's a really good place to like practice trolling or like, I know haggling isn't really common in the West, but you can really haggle people down. It's up to you how polite you want to be. It's by far, I think, the best place to learn market psychology with like minimal risk. So be like, yeah, your Camaro's not worth that much. Give it to me for $350. You might get away with it. There's always a risk for stolen or fenced goods. Just keep that in mind. Some of the items are dubiously acquired. The search feature sucks. People also just like misspell their products all the time, but even when it's perfectly spelled, sometimes it won't rank in the search correctly. It's hyperlocal. I feel like the most radius you can get outside of your current location is about 50 miles. And of course, because of scammers, basically all items are not going to be shipped. You're going to have to pick them up. And of course, cash, sell, bartering, crypto, that all rules here. But there's no return policy, so buyer beware. I love the Zen machine. That's crazy. 2 minutes. Who has heard of GovDeals before, or any of the liquidity services brands auction sites? Oh, it's seen a lot more exposure in the past few years. This used to be sort of like a niche oddity, but there's a lot of value to be extracted here. Essentially, it's liquidations from like state, federal agencies, and businesses. You can buy literally anything, especially if you're looking at like ICS or SCADA stuff to hack on. You'll end up seeing a lot of things off of GovDeals. I'm looking at a vending machine right now for about $180, which is unbelievable. You can buy a plot of land in Arkansas. I saw that last night. It's so good. It's so good. The bid increments are really, really, really low based on how they configure the auction. Sometimes the reserve doesn't exist, so you can get stuff for like criminally cheap. It's not criminal, but you know, it's low. Stuff is often sold in lots, especially for smaller pieces of hardware. I have friends that buy pallets of ThinkPads, for example. But you know, if you can find buyers for all the stuff apart from the one that you need, you can end up, you know, net zero or even profit. I have to shout out Shady for this one. I didn't know about bidspotter.com, but there's other like liquidation auction platforms that exist out there that might net you something nice. Hello? Okay, price trackers. Is anyone familiar with BrickSeek? Raise your hand. A few, okay. Price trackers are kind of here and there. There's two ways to go about it. You can sign up for a service like BrickSeek. It's probably the most relevant one out of the bunch for embedded research, but it hasn't been too good in the past few years. The one place where they do shine is giving you in-store deals. So for example, if Walmart has like a pre-built PC for $1,100, a random Walmart may just have it for like $200, and it's totally worth the drive. One other angle you can go at this is kind of living off the land and writing your own price tracker. You can very much cater it to your interest or your preferred vendors. And then, of course, you can hook up your notifications to something that's like quick enough or convenient enough. Think SMS, email, IRC, Discord, Telegram, any of those. And typically, you'll end up beating the crowd of the folks that provide it as a service. Just keep in mind one drawback: deep discounts may invalidate return policies just because they're final sale. So, you get value, but at what cost? So this is a really controversial technique that's been discussed in my circles, but I want to formalize it in this presentation. I call it ret to retailer. Who here misses Fry's Electronics? I know there's one nearby, sort of, and they're gone now. So I'm picking on them just so we can dissect the retail policy or the return policy a little bit. This is like bending rules to the maximum for sure. If you do end up buying a device with the intent to return it up front, you have to be really delicate with the teardown. So put on your gloves, use a plastic spudger to peel the case off, put rubber bands on every single screw so you don't strip them, and put masking tape on everything that you could possibly scratch. You need this thing to come back in one piece. Definitely hang on to everything that's in the box. I'm talking twist ties, wrappers, like papers, all of that. It needs to come back. And if you need to do like a chip-off read or like you want to do some sort of fault injection, forget about it. This is not going to work for you. You can always do this online and then ship it back, but they'll expect you to pay for shipping typically. I think that's a complete waste. You should support your local retailer. And if you have like a really busy research cycle, just batch it all together and return it on the same day within that time. It just saves you some gas and some mileage. If you do end up getting a bounty, or even if you don't, pay it forward. If you get a little bit of dough to spend, go spend like anywhere 2 to 10 times the amount that you spend for the actual device on some gear that you need. If you don't, at least do some community service and update the item to its newest firmware, official firmware, before you return it. So that's my best advice. Okay, Shodan. This is the bottom of the iceberg for a reason. It's not your hardware, guys, right? It's devices that are exposed completely open to the internet, either by a misconfiguration or the vendor doesn't care. There is a non-zero chance that it's a honeypot instead of the actual device. Like it's just serving up a signature, but it could be just like a honeypot. I would never recommend testing a potential O-Day on this because you're inadvertently maybe handing it over to someone, God knows who. But I will say this still lands on the iceberg because it's a good way to test like non-vulnerability related assumptions and defaults about the config. So I throw it up here. Take a photo now. Now's your chance. This is the hardware procurement iceberg. Oops. You're going to have to catch the recording for that. Whoa, too early. On a parting note, thank you so much for coming. I'm going to say go forth and research. Thank you so much for listening. There's the key for the CTF. And if you have any questions for me, you can catch me outside or you can just shoot me an email. I'd be glad to chat. Thanks so much, guys.
Brian, and Brian has 20 plus years of experience spanning software development and information security amongst a whole bunch of other things that he will then tell you about. So enjoy your talk.
There, I'm here. Hi. Thank you all for coming. It's nice even to see a few familiar faces out there. Just briefly, I started my career in software development, got ejected from that into management, and eventually escaped into information security about 10 years ago, where I've been happy ever since. I currently work as an independent software consultant, helping companies set up and manage security programs. A disclaimer at the beginning, since I am self-employed, the opinions I express here precisely represent those of my employer. Can save some of you a little work. If some of you are the type of person who feel you might be tempted to take notes, these slides are already online. The quick way to get them is go to my website, look at the talk section, and you'll find links there to download. And this URL comes up again on the last slide, so you have a second chance. Right, so a few years ago, I was doing, not 2 years ago, I was doing some research on ransomware, and I ran into this report, which was just marvelous. It's an 18-page report produced by the British Library and distributed to the public about 4 or 5 months after they had a big ransomware attack. The ransomware attack was in October. As you will see, it was devastating. And in the following March, they published this report saying what the state of things was, exactly what had happened, what their lessons learned were, what their plan for recovery was. They really did, not just here, but elsewhere in handling the crisis, and a marvelous job with communication, and that'll come into the story too. So from now on, whenever I refer to the report, I mean this thing. I wish everybody would do this when they were victims of big catastrophes, but I suppose it's easier for public organizations than private corporations to bear their dirty laundry. This is what we're going to do today. I'm going to talk to you just a little bit about what the British Library is, to be sure you have a full sense of its scope, but mostly to give us a sense of what information systems they would need to support the services they offer. Then we'll talk about the attack itself and how it played out, who did the attack, was there ransom, what happened. Then the consequences, both short-term and long-term, and costs for the organization. And finally, we'll look at the lessons learned section at the end of the report, and I'll draw some conclusions and make some observations about what we find there. And yeah, there's a good dose of schadenfreude in this talk. The British Library is the National Library of the United Kingdom. It is one of the premier cultural institutions in the English language world. And it will help in understanding the attack to know a little bit about its history. This isn't a complete list, but though it was founded in the 1970s by absorbing some state libraries, and over the years it has accumulated other collections. Things have been donated to it, they've absorbed it, different things, different years. They're not even all alike, they're not all books. There's physical books, there's e-publications, there are postage stamps, there's a few key bits of famous furniture, it's a hodgepodge of things. And I think this is like a lot of businesses, acquiring disparate things and trying to turn it into a unified service over time. I think many of us can probably sympathize and begin to guess what kinds of problems an organization that's grown this way might have. This library has everything from the Magna Carta to handwritten lyrics from the Beatles. They put on exhibits using materials from the library, like this very popular one from 2017 about Harry Potter. They didn't just have Harry Potter memorabilia, they also brought in magic-related items from their extensive collection. And over 1 million people visited this, either in London or in various regional manifestations of the same exhibit. They have to store all this, and it doesn't all fit on bookshelves. You can't just, send a librarian into the next room to get whatever you want out of this collection. So this is a storage facility in York, far from London, where most of the collection resides. And it has to be temperature controlled for archival purposes, and it has to be an automatic retrieval system, since obviously no person could walk through there. You put in some numbers, it knows which aisle and which crate, and it gets forklifted down from somewhere and put in a shuttle and sent to London for whoever asked for it. They have a cafe in London. Their website has a bookstore. They work with international partners to preserve endangered archives and materials around the world. Their collection changes every month. Their bookshelves extend 5 miles every year. They have petabytes of web page archives. They have a significant staff and a decent budget. That's the kind of organization we're talking about. From that, I can guess, or it's pretty clear, that they have at least these information systems. So they have a public-facing website with non-trivial interactive content. You can get access to their digital archives, or at least some of them that way. You can register to be a user. There are online materials meant for schools, for lessons. They have point-of-sale systems for sales in their stores. They have digital archives and just the normal office stuff. They have staff. They have finance. They have HR. All those kinds of office systems, email, shared drives, that kind of thing. And they have an information security program. They don't highlight this exactly in the report, but I went through the report and made a list for myself every time they mentioned something that felt like it was part of their security program. So this gives you a view of what they were like, at least before the attack. They had firewalls with recognizable vendors. They have an incident response plan. They have some form of risk management. I'll let you read all that, but I'm going to call out in particular near the end, the Cyber Essentials. They had passed that certification in 2019, and indeed for a few years after. I looked at that to see what it is. It's a UK guideline, UK-specific guideline, and it's a pretty low bar. It's about 5 major control areas aimed at helping businesses block the basic, most common internet-facing or internet incoming threats. That's all it is. So they did pass that. They were aware of security and not noobs, even if it is a low bar. Revealingly, in 2022, the Cyber Essentials standards changed in some way that I don't know, but I do know that the library at that point stopped certifying against it because they said their legacy systems could not meet the new standards. So that's another hint about, what happens when you aggregate all these different collections and try to bring them together. And I think it's a highly relevant hint for what follows. So that's a bit about the library, the scope of its services and its level of sophistication. Let's talk about the attack. Reseda is a pretty well-known ransomware group, and Reseda, as you may know, is the name of a centipede genus. And this lovely graphic comes from the Reseda organization's website. They have one. They have more than that. They've been active for some years. And in 2023, in fact, there was, from our national organization, CISO, there was an advisory about Reseda and their attacks. And this is from that 2023 advisory, which, by the way, they updated in small ways this year. Reseda is still active, and CISA updated their advice. I took from that this description of their basic operating procedure, the way they normally act, which seems consistent with what we saw at the British Library. And so this helps us fill in some gaps where the forensic evidence is not perfectly explicit. They don't do any clever thing. They don't come in by hacking through vulnerabilities. They do something like phishing or social engineering or whatever it takes to fraudulently acquire valid credentials. So they log into your remote services using credentials in an account you recognize, and that doesn't set off alarms. And they live off the land. They're not uploading payloads of sophisticated things to try and exploit you, another thing that makes them hard to detect. They don't immediately install ransomware. They look around, find what data they can, copy it down, so they have a copy of it, and then run the ransomware on your system. So they kind of double extort you. They can both make you pay to de-encrypt and make you pay to not release what they stole. This is not uncommon. So, timeline. We're in October 2023, and they did a good job of deleting a lot of evidence, so we don't know exactly what started when or when they first logged in, but it's clear that at least in October, someone from Reseda did have access to credentials for a vendor account for someone who had legit access to the British Library systems. And we know they were there in October, and we know that late on a Tuesday night on October 25th, one of these fraudulently taken over accounts logged in, and a few hours later, the next morning, 1 a.m., set off some kind of alert that did like pager duty and woke up somebody from the British Library who logged in, couldn't see anything wrong, to be safe, disabled the account, went back to bed, sent a note off to for the morning crew to read, and went back to bed. Morning crew comes in at 7, they look around more thoroughly and still see no evidence that an attack has actually occurred. The ransomware hasn't run. I'm not saying they should have seen something, but nothing has happened that they can track down. So they re-enable that account, they give it a new password, and that's the earliest forensic evidence we have of the Reseda presence in their network. Right. I just love this little bit here. There's a little bit of British understatement. So what happened was, and it's an important, interesting thing, you know, the attackers came in through terminal services to the, through the British Library's domain, their business domain. In 2020, the British Library had conscientiously realized they needed to enable MFA everywhere. And they did that, and they made a few exceptions. The exceptions were, let's see if I have the, here are their words. They did not attach MFA to their own actual domain for reasons of practicality, cost, and impact on ongoing programs. Their risk analysis at the time acknowledged that was taking a risk, and that's what this is saying. We may perhaps have underappraised the risk at that point of not getting MFA on the terminal server that indeed this attacker went through. Again, we don't know that that's the only way that Reseda got in, that that's the only account, but it would have blocked, you know, that one particular case. Right, back to the timeline. So for the next 2 days after that initial login, the attackers were on the network and did nothing except look around and grep for stuff and try to find files on network shares. They moved laterally, looked around, tried to see what they could get access to, searched for things that had confidential in the name or in the body somewhere. Search for things that said passport, anything they could find. Just looking around, looking around. And then on Saturday morning at 1 a.m., clearly not an accident, Saturday morning when no one's at work, no one's, you know, low traffic time, the logs show that a great deal of data left the network. And that's Reseda copying down whatever they had identified that could be sensitive. And sometime a few hours after that, they enable the ransomware, which they inject into running processes, typically. Ransomware runs, and Saturday morning, there's an outage. And whoever logs in, whoever comes to work Saturday morning, sees the trouble, confirms that ransomware is present, and there is an incident response plan and a crisis team, and within an hour or two, they're up and running, and they have an alternate communication channel, which is a good thing, because main channels were affected, as you'll see, and they're up and communicating on WhatsApp. Right, so it's 7:30 in the morning, and your company has just had a nuclear bomb go off in its systems. What does that look like? This is not from the British Library, it's from a different Reseda attack, but this is what your systems look like afterwards. All your files are there, you can see the names, they have new extensions, you can't open them because they're not what they used to be, they're all encrypted. The one thing you can open is a PDF with a ransom note, which looks like this. Again, this is not the one from the British Library and the actual victim has been redacted, but you get a ransom note. It looks like this. I like it. At the bottom it says, "Rest assured, our team is committed to guiding you through this process. The journey to resolution begins with the use of the unique key," which is how you can connect with them. That's what the rest says, how you identify yourself to them and get instructions. "Together, we can restore the security of your digital environment." So it wasn't immediately clear to the first IT people who get there how widespread the effect was. It takes a while to figure out in a fairly large aggregation of many different systems what all has been affected. But this is what was affected, as it slowly became clear. Readers could not register online. The online catalog was inaccessible. You could not request books. Access to digital assets was gone. There were no deliveries from Yorkshire. In fact, the environmental monitoring in Yorkshire was gone. The phone lines did not work. Network access for the business was down. Wi-Fi was down. The public website was down. You could not buy tickets for their exhibitions, and you could not buy things in the gift shop. The business ground to a complete halt. And the fact that so many systems were affected will come up in the lessons learned. Just to be clear, what they did was, you know, I mean, what was the effect from a 20,000 foot level? They stole, in those 440 gigabytes of data that went off, files from finance, tech, and HR departments. That was what was on the networks that they found by grepping and copied off. That included, among other things, some personal, non-business staff files, and we'll come back to that. And it included contact info for various constituents, which is PII. They destroyed data by encrypting it. And they say, interestingly, that the attackers also effectively, I say effectively, destroyed servers. They use that phrase, destroyed servers. Not physically, clearly, but they messed them up such that they could not be recovered. Last point here about the attack. Was there ransom involved? Of course, there was a request, but there is public policy in the UK that no publicly funded organization shall pay ransom. So there was no chance Reseda was going to get ransom from this. They may or may not have realized that. They certainly tried. A sign that they did is that a few weeks later, Reseda, evidently dissatisfied with the progress of whatever negotiations, if any, were going on, decided to strengthen their hand by publishing on the dark web for sale 10% of that 440 gigabytes of data they had stolen. And they had a pretty high asking price on that. I don't know if it actually sold. But that still wasn't enough. And they could put all the pressure, twist the arm all they wanted, and there was just no way the UK government was going to pay ransom. So that's why, and then eventually, a week later, Reseda dumps all the remaining stolen data. We're not going to get any money, and presumably they move on to their next victim. End of story from Reseda's point of view. Not the end of story for the library. And now we move on to the consequences. So, back to the timeline. Now we're looking at the recovery steps. The attack was on October 28th on a weekend. The next Monday morning, they're able to at least reopen, but in a pre-digital state. What would your business be able to do in a pre-digital state? Not a lot. You know, you can go through the front doors of the office. If the book you want happens to be in the London facility, you can probably get it and sit in the reading room. You can probably buy something at the gift shop if you pay in cash, pre-digital. Now, the library, you know, this kind of system, it isn't, as I said before, it isn't immediately clear what happened. It's clear to the public that something disastrous has happened. That's obvious. But the library is frantically trying to figure out how far the damage goes and what it'll take to bring back, what they can promise they will have, and when. Those are all really hard questions. So it's a couple of weeks before they make a formal public statement about it. And at that point, they confirm there's been ransomware, data was stolen, and even then, weeks later, they're still determining the full extent of the attack. By January, remember the attack was in October, in January, a little bit of online catalog access had restored, and when the report came out in March, about 50% of the online catalog was restored. That's a slow recovery line, and that's just the online catalog. Think of all the other things I mentioned they do that were still affected. There was, of course, a lot of press about this. This was not a great time to be working at the British Library. These are things that were posted in November, some from the media, some from the British Library. And the report indicates that the effort to communicate with all the people who needed to hear from them after this, which includes the public, all the people they do business with, all their partners, the board, and all their employees, all needed to hear from them, and crafting those messages and figuring out what to say to whom and how best to catch it, while you don't even know all the facts yet, was a great deal of effort on the part of the recovery team. Something to think about in your own incident response plans. And it comes up in their lessons learned, too. What systems were affected? Well, you know, rough outline of a very simplified view of their systems. The first things that were brought back online were their email, finance, and other business systems. And that's almost certainly because those were almost certainly SaaS products. So the ransomware didn't get off of their system and into their vendors' systems. You know, so if they were using Salesforce, well, they wouldn't. But you know, whatever if they were using Outlook for their email, I don't know what, that was not hit by ransomware. So a good case, perhaps, for cloud-based services helping you resist an attack. Unfortunately, what was most affected were the servers that house the library management system, the physical servers that the library itself owns. And these include cataloging, circulation, acquisitions, interlibrary loan. All the core library functions were hit and brought down. And as I said, some legacy systems were effectively destroyed because they could not be rebuilt. They had deleted whole partitions, and these things were rubber banded together and out of date. They could, in many cases, the software is no longer supported by the vendor, or it could not be installed on newer systems. this presumably, they don't go into detail about this, and I exercised my brain trying to figure out exactly how this destroyed servers, and they aren't perfectly clear, but it clearly has to do with a combination of factors like old OSs and databases, abandoned drivers and middleware, deprecated protocol dependencies, local and admin service accounts. Those kinds of problems were hard to reconstruct in a new system. I have sympathy for that. Now, this is from the report. This is a kind of a surprise, really. This is one of the big revelations for me in reading this. We all understand that legacy systems are vulnerable, but the typical thing we mean when we say that is they're legacy, therefore they're not getting security updates anymore, therefore they have known vulnerabilities, therefore clever hackers will be able to find their way in by exploiting the vulnerabilities. The vulnerability here was simply that they were old and couldn't be rebuilt. It was not CVEs of high priority that were well known to the attackers. The attackers didn't have to do anything that clever. And in fact, the biggest cost to this event is not the loss of data, it's the loss of those servers, as you'll see. And that too is an unexpected little wrinkle in how this ransomware paid out. So when the report came out in March, 5 months after the attack, 4 months after, this was the state of things. Yeah. The Sound Heritage Grant, they had a grant they had been given money to create an archive of sound, music, spoken word things. And like one of the many little effects in this, so many, more than I can put in a list, is that they were no longer able to meet the terms that they had agreed to in that grant. They weren't going to be able to produce the results they promised, at least nowhere near the time frame they promised. So the report gives this plan for recovery. They say there's a 3-phase recovery. Remember, this is in October. This is in March when the report comes out. They say the first phase ended in January. We call that the short-term restoration of minimal necessary functions. Just, whatever it takes to keep people there, keep payroll going, whatever the minimal things to have a business are. That minimal stuff got done. When the report came out in March, they were projecting that by June of 2024, they would be done with a medium-term phase of adapting as best they could to the new state of things, which was restoring anything they could restore, and that's it. And then the long-term 18-month effort would be a rebuilding of secure infrastructure. That is a major effort. Full recovery would take 1.5 years. Imagine that in your business. 18 months of incomplete services, full cost they estimated of $7.5 to $9 million. In May of this year, incidentally, the UK government produced a report on cybersecurity that happens to touch on the library's cybersecurity event, and it mentions that as of April this year, remember the plan wasn't supposed to be done till June, so the plan was still in progress. They had reached the upper end of this, so probably, not surprisingly, it's actually going to go over that. And there were, of course, indirect costs that don't get included in that $9 million. Reputation, lots of academic and business research that simply couldn't happen, people whose fellowships could not be performed, risks to privacy, all kinds of things. Then I have a couple of notes of news that came out after the report. So between March of last year and now, just a few little glimpses into updates of what's happened. Last August, IT Pro reported that the library had over $500,000 to spend on hiring contractors to help them in the rebuild. This is clearly that big rebuild of security, but you're imagining, okay, it's August, and within less than a year, that is by June, they had said they would be done with the rebuild. And in August, they're hiring $500,000 worth of new contractors who don't know their legacy systems. I'm sure they need help. They couldn't hire people who already know. Just think how long it'll take to get them up to speed, to have the expertise flow back and forth. Didn't seem to, I'm sure it's a necessary step, but I'm not sure they're still on track at this point, if that's the stage they're at. In August, they put out a public announcement, the library did, saying, August of 2024, saying, it's almost a year since the attack, and we're happy to say that in time for the 2024 academic year, the basic, most popular learning modules and digital manuscripts will be up online for schools to access. So I'm glad for them to have got that far, and I'm sure that was a big help, but it's a big sign that this was a really slow recovery. The information, I know that's too small, ICO, is Information Commissioner's Office, and that is the UK GDPR regulator. So this is an organization that has the power to assess fines for mishandling PII, for example. And in this year, more than a year after the attack, they said, okay, we're done investigating. We have no more conversations we need to have with the library. And they imposed no fines. And they specifically, in this first paragraph, commend the library for handling it so well, for communicating so well. This is a consistent note in the press about the library. Everybody admires the work they did in communicating publicly the effect, what went wrong, mea culpa, we did it wrong, here's what we're going to do. If you want an example of a great marketing campaign for coming back and restoring confidence, apparently they aced it. So you could consider that as an interesting example. As of just a couple days ago, I went onto the website. Remember, their projection was they would be done restoring service in June. It's now October, and there's still a prominent section, this is a screenshot of their website, listing things that are not up yet, 2 years later. Okay, that's long-term and short-term effects of this attack on the British Library. What do they say they learned from it? Well, first, let's look at what they say the root causes were, and these are their words. You can read them, but I'll give them to you in my words. I think the first two are saying, because so many of our legacy data operations are manual, properly isolating network segments was impractical. Therefore, once the attackers were in, they had a relatively easy time finding everything, which is why so many systems went down from this attack. And the last bullet is a version of, they destroyed the servers and we can't easily rebuild because they were so old. Those are the root causes, not some clever vulnerability in an unpatched system, not even primarily that that one of their vendors was not required to use MFA. That isn't even root cause. The root cause, why didn't they have MFA? Because they had decided the systems were too fragile to put it yet. That would make the workload too complex for too many people. And here are the 16 lessons. You don't have to read them all here. They come back in groups on the slides that follow, but I wanted you to have an overview. And most of them line up pretty nicely with best practices, which is where this talk gets its subtitle. This is what the library learned, was to follow best practices. And here I've grouped some of them from that previous slide and lined them up with NIST controls. I picked NIST because that's what I use most often. It would work just as well with ISO or any other comprehensive framework. It's easy to see that they are rediscovering things we already know. Don't misread this to say they needed to do these things. They were doing almost all of them, probably all of them. Certainly we know they were doing MFA. They just weren't doing it everywhere. They're all things they were doing but not well enough. They were doing them, but they needed to do them more. And that's a pretty common finding post any incident. The next couple of slides have my little red flag on them because they contain items that made me think that we needed to stop and comment on them. These are the three that have to do with their legacy systems. This is what their findings were about legacy systems, starting with they need to manage system life cycles to eliminate legacy technology. That is, in my words, notice when our systems are going out of date and maintain them so they don't, update them, rebuild them if that's what it takes, which goes along with the last one, prioritize recovery along with security. It isn't enough for those systems to have been secure. They have to be able to recover them as well. That was really the thing that bit them. That's why this recovery is taking them so long. These two items I really like because they are both sides of an obvious conversation that must have happened between security leadership and the board of directors after an event. And just imagine, in any company, what would the conversation be like and how would you capture what happened in those conversations in your lessons learned? Well, in the first one, they say, okay, in the future, we will maintain a holistic view of cyber risk. I don't know exactly what they mean by that, but pretty clearly they will have a broader scope, capture more of the risk more completely than they did initially. And I interpret this perhaps incorrectly. This is me inferring a conversation where leadership says, you didn't tell us that. We never knew the risk. How could that risk be so bad and we had no idea? And so on the one hand, security team says, yeah, we could do a better job tracking risk for you. On the other hand, says the security team, let's be sure that we increase cyber risk awareness and expertise at the senior level. And then these 2 points, I said we'd come back to this. So they're related in a not obvious way. The second one says, one thing we say we'll do is review acceptable personal use of IT. And that relates, as some of you are nodding, I can see you making the connection already, to the fact that some of the things that were stolen by Reseda were personal files. And they were stolen because, they were there to be stolen because the acceptable use policy for the British Library explicitly allowed, in certain limited cases, employees to keep personal files on company systems. Now imagine if you kept sensitive files of your own. I assume some of them were sensitive or it wouldn't have shown up here. Hackers stole your personal files from your company's network shares. You might indeed feel you were entitled to say a thing or two to company leadership. And so that's why the company wants to revisit their acceptable use policy. And it's also part of why they want to think more about staff and user well-being in their incident response plan. It isn't just that the personal files were stolen and that made some employees angry. That's one piece of the first item. It's also that the whole company had their work disrupted. Morale, you can imagine, must have been terrible for a long time. You can imagine a lot of extra hours and really hard work as people faced hard problems and probably, tried to avoid, or accept blame along the way. There was media scrutiny that made everybody uncomfortable. And all those things took a toll on the staff and the users, but I think this is focused mostly on staff. That's how I read it. And so their incident response plan needed to spend more time thinking about how to support people in all those different ways in an incident response. And I see Chloe, who ran the tabletop earlier today, nodding at that one. These are the things they said they would do as a result. Nothing surprising here. After all we've been through, I think you expect all of these items. This also is from the report. They got to the end and they said, now that we've gone through all this and we put these plans in place, let's open our risk register and add some new items to it. And I won't go through all of them, but the first two probably deserve comment. The first one is, we have now been highly visibly victimized by an attack. Everybody now knows who we are, and everybody in the security world, if they didn't before. Everybody knows a successful attack occurred, we are vulnerable, and everybody knows what an effect on the British public bringing down this library can be. That may make us a more attractive target. That may attract more attackers. Our risk goes up. Secondly, and another one I love, again, I imagine the conversations between security and the board. The security team has now told the business, we aren't going to have full recovery for 1.5 years. It will take us 1.5 years to rebuild our infrastructure securely. And that brings up this risk. You, the rest of the business, will naturally, inevitably feel a strong pressure to get back to normal as quickly as possible. If you give in to that pressure and force us to try to finish things quicker, that will introduce a risk of us not building back all the protections that we planned for. I think that was a pretty smart thing to add. The others, I think, are less surprising. Last comment. This is an unfortunate fact in any catastrophe. It creates opportunities that you need to use. I was at the Oregon Cyber Resilience Conference earlier this month, and there was a panel of CISOs from 4 Oregon public organizations, a couple of universities, PGE, TriMet, and they all unanimously and emphatically agreed that if you are so unfortunate as to undergo a catastrophe, don't waste it. At least don't waste it. And that is kind of the spirit of my presentation today. This is a catastrophe someone else underwent from which we have the chance to learn. So let's do that. I have a couple of resources up here, links to the report itself, to the British Library, another report with more information about the British Library, standard advice from CISA on avoiding ransomware, if that's what you want. And if you're curious for more details about exactly how Reseda attacks work, Sentinel-1 has provided that. If you are working on the CTF and haven't yet acquired Key 2, there it is. And I'm done. I think, yeah, there's still time for questions if anybody has any, and I'll be around, of course. Yes? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Is Reseda still in business? Yes, Reseda is still in business. And there was no legal action Well, they don't know exactly who they are, and they're not based in the UK or the United States. So they've attacked many people. They've attacked the Chilean military. They've succeeded with ransomware there. They got city records in Ohio a couple of years ago. They're like one of many thriving ransomware organizations. Apparently, they're hard to take down. I don't know. I might not know if they were trying. But it's a good question. I'd sure love to hear that they'd been brought down. Yes?
When you said Lucida dumped the data, they just destroyed it, or did they dump it on the dark web?
They dumped it on the dark web. So all that data got... I don't think they tried to pull it from the dark web because, as I understand it, they actually did have backups of the data itself. They were able to reconstruct the data from material they had. Yeah. Yes, Koi.
Yeah, so updating legacy technology can be so expensive and may require building new technology. Are you aware of any like swag numbers from this incident of like if British Library would have spent X number of dollars to upgrade all their systems, they could have prevented this attack or anything about that?
No, I mean, all I have is what you saw. So we know approximately what the rebuild cost them, but we don't know all the things that are included in that cost. We can assume, we can't, of course, know for sure that Lucida wouldn't be able to attack them after the rebuild, although surely it would be harder. They are certainly going to have MFA everywhere now. Great. Well, I look forward to chatting with some of you afterwards. Feel free to connect with me on LinkedIn if you like, and thanks for attending.
Introduce today's speaker, Jason. So Jason is a director of advisory research at Hidden Layer, where he explores how the latest AI security research intersects with a practical application. Jason was among us the earliest researcher to recognize the need for AI security, founding the Secure Intelligence team in Intel Labs in 2016 to research AI security and privacy threats and defenses. For 20 plus years, Jason has covered such diverse security topics as CPO microcode, authentication and biometrics, trusted execution environments, wearable technology, and network protocols, resulting in over 40 issued patents and several high-profile research papers in adversarial machine learning and federated learning. When he's not working, Jason is either lost in Pacific Northwest camping and hiking with his family, or he's lost in technical project involving in 3D printing, microcontrollers, and designing a holiday lightning display synchronized to music. Welcome, Jason.
Thanks. I'm always glad when someone else introduces me because I hate that kind of stuff. So, so my name is Jason Martin. I'm the director of adversarial research at Hidden Layer. We are a AI security startup. I know there's a bazillion of them, but we have been around for a few years. Like she said, I've been working cybersecurity myself for like 25 years, something like that. The last 10 or so, I've been focused on AI. Most of that in Intel Labs. Today, my goal is to talk about the potential risk of agentic AI through kind of a different lens. I will still provide very technical examples for it, but really I want to think about it through the lens of insider threat instead of through the lens of software. And I'll give you a whole bunch of examples from our research team. So the first question is, what is an insider threat? I'm not really here to have a long debate. It's the potential for an individual or entity who has or had authorized access to an organization's critical assets to either maliciously or unintentionally act in a way that could negatively affect that organization. So that's kind of the working definition. And to me, there's three key pieces of this that we're going to cover today. Number one, this entity needs to be capable. Because an insider who's not savvy enough or doesn't, follow instructions, they're not really an asset that you can leverage. They may be misguided, but they still need to follow instructions. They still need to do those kinds of things. Second, they have to have agency. Agency, I mean, we're talking about agentic, right? But agency really is to have sufficient access in order to do something damaging. And then they have to be either maliciously motivated or socially engineered to perform the malicious action. So that's what I think of as loyalty. We'll talk about that a bit more. Okay, so I'm going to start with AI trends, starting with increasing capability. Capability, very difficult definition to understand. It's the ability to do something. So this is a bit of an eye chart. I'll go kind of top to bottom here, but we sort of started, and this is not that long ago, this is only a few years ago, with text models like GPT-2 and GPT-3. These models could really just predict the next token or word that comes. So they're sort of completion engines. Then we moved to models like ChatGPT, which really is an application with a model that is trained to have a conversation, right? So it's still text completion, but it's completing kind of a script, if you will, like a playwright. This led to the idea of instruction following, where you can separate out, and we'll talk a little bit about the idea of the instruction hierarchy later, but you could separate out both system and user level instructions and have it follow a script where it does that sort of thing. Then we added this notion of reasoning, and reasoning, if you've looked at a reasoning model, all it's really doing is having an internal dialogue with itself before producing its final answer. So you're using additional compute resources and memory storage in order to reason about and hopefully end up with more accurate or grounded responses. And then I think for a technical audience, I'm not here to promote or be against software coding, but they have gotten reasonably good at producing from a high-level description of code the code that will implement that. And that's an important capability to keep in mind when we're talking about the insider threat. Is it going to replace software engineers? I'm not here to address that. But it does mean that high-level concepts can be kind of vibed into existence. And then lastly, they're expanding their sort of understanding of the world. So there's a lot more modalities that models are being trained on. Text, image, video, audio, these are all the ones that everyone is familiar with, but also the ecosystem around, particularly around retrieval augmented generation, or RAG. Those systems consume documents of many different types. There's systems like Chunky or Markdown that are explicitly designed to convert documents of arbitrary formats into something that these language models can understand. Okay, so next I'm going to talk a little bit about agency. So with that increasing capability, it's kind of natural for us to grant more agency, right? It's capable of more things, therefore we want it to do more things. And so that growing capability really leads to the rise of agentic AI. There's many definitions of agentic AI. Again, I'm not a definition argument kind of guy, but to me, the useful one is agentic AI is something that can affect the state of the environment. So it can consume the environment and then affect the state, so versus just consuming the environment. If you think of a basic chatbot, all it can do really is affect the text output. Like that's the only part of the environment it can affect. But when you start adding more capabilities to it, it could start to influence, it could start to connect to, and produce a lot more stuff. So we're seeing this break down roughly into two categories. The one on the left here is what we call computer use agents. These are basically things that interact with the environment through human-computer interface sort of mechanisms. So they can take screenshots, they can interact with the desktop or browser with mouse clicks or keyboard keystrokes. And sometimes they have shell commands, sometimes they drive browsers rather than desktop environments. But in all the cases, really what they're doing is still sitting between the keyboard and the chair, right? They're replacing that kind of functionality. On the right, you see things that are more like automation agents. These are driven by APIs. These sit behind something. Their interaction with the world is less direct in a human-computer sort of sense, but their entire view of the environment, as well as what they can influence, is API-driven. And so from these different systems, you can see different examples of the agency that are being granted. This is a little stale. I created it a few months ago, but you can see the Office environment from the major players, Google and Microsoft. They're including direct access to read and write documents through their agents. OpenAI and Anthropic have both released variations of computer use agents. Browsers, there's these AI browser category that's growing now. And business workflow frameworks have added AI support, things like N8N or the Salesforce sort of environments. Okay, beyond that, there's the uptake of something called Model Context Protocol, or MCP. It's really on a hockey stick curve since Anthropic released it last fall. And you'll see MCP servers popping up for everything from Google applications to GitHub to the Blender 3D rendering environment. We were able to prompt inject you through Blender model. That's something you can do. or even Ghidra, for those of you who are reverse engineers in the audience, in case you ever wanted to get a prompt injection from the malware you're reverse engineering. Yeah, we did that. So that leads to the concept of prompt injections. And really this, to me, is exploitable loyalty. So these systems are designed with some kind of loyalty to their developer or to the user that's using them. Now, you can have a healthy discussion about whether these are malicious or gullible insiders. Doesn't really matter in the end. Regardless, the prompting community, some of our researchers, we continue to demonstrate over and over that you can flip these things and turn them against the intentions of their creators. So what does this look like? First, we have to talk about the instruction hierarchy. So OpenAI released this concept of loyalty through what they call the instruction hierarchy. This really says that there's a hierarchy, like the name says. In theory, the system prompt, which is the prompt that provides the personality or the purpose of the agent, the thing that narrows it down from the completely generalized language model that OpenAI created to a specific task, is designed by the system developer. And this is usually where you try to constrain it. You say, okay, you are a customer support chatbot, you are a healthcare chatbot, whatever it is. And then tools, which really encompasses things that are supposed to ingest data from external, is supposed to have the lowest priority. So you should not be able to override from a lower one to a higher one. And if you look at this and you just trust it, you think that looks like ring levels or privileged mode versus unprivileged mode. But in reality, what does this look like? In reality, if you've done anything with these systems, you have this Python SDK on the left here. And this is what instantiates to you as a developer the system, the instruction hierarchy. But models are stateless. And so this thing called the context window is always the entire thing that is sent to the model. And the way that they do that is they take these things and they separate them with what are called control tokens. These are special tokens in the model's vocabulary that's supposed to train the model to separate between these different things. Notice it's train. There is no hard limit between any of these things. It's just things that it learns during the training process. So it's really one big string. And that leads us to prompt injection. Gets its name from the classic SQL injection attack, because just like SQL injection, where you concatenate untrusted user input with trusted system commands, in a prompt injection, you take an untrusted prompt, whether it's from the user or from an input, and concatenate it with the system prompt. That's exactly what you do. And through this, you can, over and over, you can override the behavior. So there's numerous ways to manipulate this. You're not supposed to be able to read that if you're trying. But you can go to ape.hiddenlayer.com if you want to see our taxonomy. If anybody was in the workshop yesterday, my colleagues Travis Smith and David Liu gave a workshop on attacking machine learning. I'm sure they covered the ape taxonomy in much greater depth. I don't have time to go through this all, so I'm going to selfishly cover a couple of my favorites. They're my favorites because I helped create them, so that's what you get. So the first one is something we call knowledge return-oriented prompting, or CROP. And this is a nod to return-oriented programming, for those of you in the software space, where you can assemble the payload from what are called gadgets. They're little chunks of code within the actual benign application. So that's return-oriented programming. You just collect these gadgets and then you link them together through the return stack. Crop takes the same idea with a language model. These models have all memorized large amounts of cultural, social, or literary sort of references, innuendos. There's a whole bunch of different things that you can see. And through those, you can indirectly refer to a topic that might not be allowed. So for example, if you ask a chatbot that uses a SQL database to just drop a table, it's very destructive, it's not recommended, it should refuse, because that's a very dangerous command. However, there's this XKCD comic called Exploits of a Mom, where the parents named their child after a SQL injection, and then 10, 20, 15 years later, whatever, the school called and said, hey, you destroyed our database, what gives? And in the comic, she jokingly refers to their kid as Little Bobby Tables. Well, it turns out all the models that we've ever tried have also memorized that Little Bobby Tables' full name is a SQL drop table command. And you can use this, you can see this. I wanted to know if it still worked, because we did this early last year. So the one on the bottom there is ChatGPT 5 from 2 days ago, so it still works. And if you do this, again, in an agent, that output is what you want to control because it's probably going to a tool call, it's probably going to the database, right? And so through this, my prompt can control the output of the model. You can refer to an Nmap scan by referring to the matrix reloaded. You don't have to like the movie to use it as a reference. You can get a netcat listener out of an episode of Mr. Robot. You can split it across modalities. In this case, you can use the image and text modality and sort of leverage the model's knowledge of objects to play Pictionary. Okay, so that was one of my favorites. The other one is something we call policy puppetry. Policy puppetry is a very flexible technique we created to override the instruction hierarchy or extract system prompts. Or you can also use it to bypass alignment or jailbreak is what the term, I hate that term, but people use the term jailbreak to talk about alignment bypassing. So if you really want to get instructions for drug making out of your model. We were working on an agentic system when we came up with this. And what we were trying to do, if the model doesn't like to produce what you're trying to get it to do, it'll refuse. And so it'll return back a string, probably either trained into it from alignment or in the system prompt. It says if you're not supposed to do this, then respond like this. So you can see here, this is a little bit of a toy example, but it shows the concept a little bit better. It's a healthcare chatbot. It is not supposed to provide healthcare advice or medical advice. You can see that shown in orange. That's the system prompt on top, by the way. And the attack prompt on the bottom directly addresses that by constructing this policy-like object that contains policy-like language that says you're allowed to do these kinds of things. And then importantly, it also includes policy-like language that says you cannot respond with these strings. And those strings directly match the refusals that it was giving. You can iterate on this until it works. Just if it gives you a different refusal string, just add it, try again. And eventually you kind of corner it. It's like, well, I can't give you any more refusals because you told me they're not allowed. So I guess I'll do the request. And it works. You can see here, this particular one, I couldn't fit it all, but the policy puppetry prompt is on top and the response is a treatment plan for skin cancer. It's rather universal. So we discovered with a little bit of tweaking, we could make one prompt template out of policy puppetry that at the time worked on all of these. You didn't have to change it at all. And in fact, you could change the attack payload inside of that template to something else and it would still work. Okay, I'm definitely running low on time, but capability, agency, and flipping the loyalty. What is the impact of that? So, some examples. We did some stuff early last year on Google Gemini's integration with Google Workspace. So starting with the Gmail integration, you can put an email in someone's inbox. It's not terribly difficult to get an email into their inbox, it turns out. And Gemini will just sort of pull all of the emails in their inbox into something that's kind of like a RAG system so that it can reference them. Importantly, they don't have to open the email for it to get into the RAG system and be referenceable. So, so we've got here is a white text on white background, so the user wouldn't see it. There's a prompt injection in there that says if the user references their Cancun itinerary, you get something in the Gemini window that looks kind of like a phishing response. A similar issue exists with Google Drive. The documents similarly can be shared without them opening the document, and it'll pollute their Gemini instance. And I didn't do anything particularly malicious here, but you can rickroll your users through poetry. The same issue exists in slides. It will actually populate that summary automatically when you open the Gemini sidebar. And so again, you don't have to do anything. You notice there's nothing on this slide. It's somewhere else, I'll show you in a minute. But again, you can rickroll the user. Okay, so, and it extends to Gemini creating slide content as well. So this was a generated slide. I didn't make this slide. Obviously, I'm a bit of a rickroll sucker. So where was it in the slides? It's in the speaker notes on the last slide of the whole deck. You could put it in other locations too. You could put it in the slide contents, but that seemed like a good way to make it unobtrusive, particularly if they have collapsed the speaker notes. Oh, it's not gonna like that one. Well, you won't get to see my video, but we did some work on cloud computer use. And I apologize, you don't get to see the video of it playing, but the end result is the user asks essentially for help installing their hidden layer environments. It's some sort of thing we made up, and there's a PDF document called Hidden Layer Setup Instructions. And so Claude Computer Use is a computer use agent, and so it drives this desktop Linux environment on your behalf. And in doing so, it opened up that document because it said, hey, there's a document called Hidden Layer Setup Instructions. I'll follow that document. And there was a policy puppetry prompt that convinced the system to issue a somewhat dangerous command to the bash shell. It's an uncomfortable command. Deletes all the files on the system. Yeah, I've heard that's not fun. Okay, and then I'm going to talk about Cursor. I'm slightly over time, but Cursor is a well-known system for coding assistant, and it's used by a lot of developers. It has a whole bunch of tools available to it. Most of those are for understanding the code base, interacting with it, creating or editing files, all the things you would need to do if you're a coding assistant. And we're able to leverage these to steal API keys and SSH keys from the developer by an indirect prompt injection in the README file of a GitHub repository. And so if the user asks for assistance setting up that project, naturally, the agent, who's trying to be helpful, reads the README file to find out how to set up the project, gets prompt injected, then that prompt injection tells it to search the system for keys and send them to a webhook. In fact, this is actually, because of the read and write tools available in Cursor, this makes it susceptible to viral behavior. So we went a step further. One of my team members created a virus of sorts, I guess. I don't want to overinflate this, but basically, the prompt injection is in the README file. It's in a comment of the markdown, so you don't see it as a user. And it prompt injects the model to convince it that there's a critical software license that must be applied to all future content created by that model. It's a very GPL, if you've ever thought of GPL as a viral license, now it is. And so it will insert itself into any further files that are created, and that viral payload remains hidden in that markdown comment and continues to execute. And then if you see what it will do is visit hiddenlayer.com, but this could also be a webhook. It could do the same thing I just said in the previous attack. Scrape all your keys and send them to us. That's our business plan. Okay. I'm gonna wrap up. Really, it's important in agentic systems to recognize text is the new malware. Tool access is kind of the blast radius. That's the way to think of it. And what keeps me awake is seeing all these entry points. Again, I made this a couple months ago. I'm sure it's longer now. Combined with the increasing capabilities, you can imagine now, we've seen this actually in an Anthropic threat report that they released, a human adversary using Claude to basically run a whole ransomware campaign. And in doing so, it did actions inside their environment, like analyzing their financials to find out how much money to demand. Obviously, it found a number of different like pivot points within their environment, all that kind of stuff. So that capability that I described is coming, but the loyalty does not stand. So that's why I think we should really be thinking about it as an insider threat. All right. I will try to take a few questions.
As people who are software developers build out different agentic As software developers build agentic workflows as part of the software that they're offering, what do you see people doing to pen test these various types of prompt injection?
Well, I have two answers. One, if somebody's thinking about pen testing, then good. They're ahead of the curve. That's good. I think there's two flavors. Like what we see is a lot of customers still in the RAG chatbot kind of era, so they're still thinking about that, but they're talking about agentic. In agentic, you have to think more about the entry points because they're still thinking about the chat interface. They're thinking about that part. And in agentic, you need to be thinking about the tool calls. So I've seen a lot of talk about MCP, for example, from a software perspective, and that's great. It has a lot of issues. But also, it is an entry point into the model. And so you need to be thinking about what is it consuming, what is it providing. You could have, I think it was on this slide, right? Your customer review in your agent could be an entry point for an indirect prompt injection. The name of your business on a map could be an entry point into an agent that consumes map data. I already mentioned a Blender, which is a 3D open source modeling tool. The Blender file has text data in it, and we use that to prompt inject the model through the MCP for Blender. So really thinking about the attack surface a bit further is where I think they need to go. Yeah.
How do you prevent agentic AI from getting your CEO's credentials or some senior person's credentials and acting on their behalf?
Yeah, it's a good question. I think
Real
we're
quick,
starting to see more.
We need to go ahead and get ready for the next presenter.
Let's talk
if
about
you
that
can go
one
and
after.
take that on the hallway, please. Excellent questions. Please give a round.
architecture, as well as incident handling, automation, and threat detection. As an enthusiast of artificial intelligence, he is particularly interested in the intersection of AI and security, exploring how agentic systems and large language models can enhance detection, response, and resilience. Welcome, Christian.
For incident. So, we know that automation are key effectively. Even if you have automation orchestration, you might execution to the handling of incidents. So that's basically where we're going to go to, and we'll try to focus on some of the opportunities and some challenges that we have found during exploring this area. So you might have heard already several of these things in previous meetings. You have seen probably some workshops. I will repeat some of the stuff, so hopefully we all get to the same understanding. But how we get there, or basically, there gets a few of what entails being agentic, right? So if we define AI or artificial intelligence as a field, a really broad field about how to mimic human intelligence, right? Machine learning can actually focus to do so, actually training the models with data, right? And using different techniques for doing so. Large language model is one type of this machine learning techniques, using different models for do that, more specific deep learning and transformers, and basically training with a really massive amount of data, right? And this is what we call foundation models. The foundation models that will be used when we do use ChatGPT and so well, GPT-4, Claude, Sonny, whatever you are using, right? So what are agents then? Agents might be LLM related or non-LLM related. Let's focus here about only the LLM related, right? And basically it's using these LLMs to be able to provide more autonomy. So one way I like the definition of the agent is a system that is able to plan, reason, and act towards a goal. You pick a goal, and the agent tries to do its best, whatever it can do, to try to reach that goal. I might imply using tools, and this is what we need to provide. So while in machine learning, the quality of the data is really key because it's actually training the model to what needs to happen. For agent, data is also important, but also the tools. If we don't have just a good set of tools, if we don't have our knowledge base, our rule systems or whatever we use, we just have an LLM that can be trained with internet, with good and bad things. So it's really important to have a good set of tools, and this is the key starting point for a good agent to work. So we can define agents as a minimum in 3 types. I like to differentiate those because each of the different types provide really important functionality to what we need to incident handling, right? So type 1, we can define probably not autonomous, right? It needs actually a supervisor, someone that's able to do, make questions, right? It might not have much memory, maybe short-term memory, try to do its best. I like to probably have some analogy. We remember Teddy from the AI movie. So it was quite a character that answered questions. It had been used general knowledge, but it forgets about things. It didn't have so much context, right, of what to actually to handle. If you think about type 2, we go toward more autonomy, not complete autonomy, but be able to use supervision when it needs, but make some own decisions, start having some memory, start having some more context, start using other agents to interact with, right? Similarly, in the similar path, we can think about Sony from the iRobot movie. It was quite of a more intelligent type of agent. It decided what to do, but it still needed a human to kind of guide it to where to go, right? On type 3, we can see probably in the other direction, right? Really high autonomously, where actually supervision is optional. The agent might be able to do everything by its own. It might be able to have really evolving and self-learning, right? And these type of systems are actually starting to be possible. There are some frameworks, if you have seen probably like magnetic one, it's a really example of an agent that actually have 4 or 5 tools: web browsing, file storage, execution, and coding. You give any kind of problem, and it will write the code, try it, see the results. If it didn't work, write another code, and iterate until it gets something, right? In this type of case, I like to see about Skynet, right? Really a good example of an agent that actually have a goal, destroy humanity or whatever, use other agents to actually send to the past, to the future to try to achieve its goals. That's actually what we are talking about. It doesn't mean it to be necessarily malicious, right? So usage of these types in incident handling. Some examples here, right? The type 1, we can think really important things like incident summarization. We have many information about an incident that really, these elements are really useful for summarize, for explain the forensic. We have SIM logs or many information that can be actually summarized and extracted. Be able to correlate the different IOCs, right, that we might have in the incident, probably use similarity or embedding techniques to be able to handle wide amounts of data, and probably be able to use RAGs or retrieval augmented generation to focus on specific areas of the particular tactics, techniques, and procedures. If we think about type 2, we can think about using for more adapted data enrichment, right? So if we have the agent now is able to adapt, it might identify that there is some particular tactic or whatever is being used, adapt that, get information about whatever tools and tools they might have available that better fits to that, not being fixed, right? Might be multi-phases, might try different things, might try to identify trends on one tool, another, or on its own. And be able to triage and prioritize cases, right? Because we can see wider and try to look at what similarities on other cases and propose actions, right, to the analyst, right? Probably not executing, or maybe. On type 3, we might really think about the agent as a planner, right? As an agent that is actually be able to find out what the good path or try things to try to be able to identify if an incident is a threat, why or not. In the case, we might have actually dedicated agents. Maybe an agent itself for one particular tactic or technique or procedure or whatever, right? And an orchestrator be able to decide when to use it and start trying things. And this is how this system kind of works. And in this term, we are seeing agents that are being generated, the ecosystem is being generated not only on tools, but also on agents, open source and commercial, where we might start interacting with them. We might have agents, commercial or not, to do particularly one good thing, that is, threat analysis on email or threat analysis on another thing. So interacting with them, use them, and consolidate and use. So if we think about the basic orchestration and automation, we have a static set of workflow, right? We may have some variants, but basically we have hard-coded, even encode or configuration, what we are going to do. We are going to have a case, we are going to analyze the file, URL, whatever it is, but it's defined, right? In the agent world, we actually might have the same type of tool, the same capabilities, but letting the agent decide, right? The flexibility that we have, the agent be able to decide when I have the parameters available to actually call it. This is what the agent do really well, right? But But none of them are complete and useful for all the cases. I don't think that everything might be, not everything can be executed as an autonomous deterministic workflow, and not anything will apply as an agent. So why not do thinking hybrid? I think hosting actually start working well, right? Where we can think, okay, I really have my automation that do really well handling some particular tactics. Okay, I can still use that, but this is just probably part of what the agent needs to consider to see wider and look at other things. So, too much has been talked about MCP. I will not go details here, but I shall comment that several other specifications also been generated. It's true that MCP is one of the more wider spread ones. MCP is mainly based on the tools part of it, so the agent can communicate with the tools and have shared context between the agent and the tools. But we have also A2A, or agent-to-agent protocol, which is actually for agents communicate with other agents. So this communication about the different agents to try to make better decisions where they are specific about something. So it's not the only way to handle that, but this is the way we are finding it working in a good way. They have really some similarities, they are complementary too, but we can think about if there is a client that needs to access an agent, probably A2A is the better way to do that. Agent communicate with other agent, or client communicate with this agent. Now, when the agent needs to communicate with the tool, okay, MCP is probably the way to do it. It doesn't mean that you cannot do that with MCP, I call an agent. No, you can. Actually, you can. You can actually adapt to do that. But the specification has been built for a different reason. So if we put kind of things together and with this idea that not everything is enough on the agentic world, and not everything that manually helps, how can we think about dealing with it, right? So you may have already your automation, right? Do it. I probably handle almost already a good percentage of the incident that you have, right? Continue using that for sure. But then we can add to that, to the percentage of cases that have not been resolved or properly resolved, to apply an agentic autonomous execution. So try to get more resolved things on top of that. And this is what we are exploring, and we are seeing a good amount of percentage that we are missing with automation being handled by automation. Is it complete and enough? Again, no, it's better. Of course, then you need to go to the manual execution and what to pass to the analyst. Okay, probably summarization, that's what also the agent help. Summarize what had been analyzed before. And the analysts, the people, the humans now might not actually start doing anything from scratch. We might provide an assisted agent that probably the same instance or variant to the other agent that provides the context and allows to interact with them, right? To propose ideas, to work together, speak with the data, right? And say, hey, give me whatever data. Do you find this, right? And if that's not enough, of course, you will go manual, right? And all this process will have improvement on content, improvement on the instructions, feedback to the agent, feedback or self-learning from the agent. And that's a cycle that we, for sure, continue as increase the process. Of course, not everything is good on the, there are many challenges on the agentic world. There is cognitive limitation of the models, right? Models you have tried for sure, have seen that you ask something one time, the next time you have different results, right? So there is ambiguity, there is non-determinism, right? On how to handle. It might be actually influenced if you change the goal many times, you make many questions, and there are too many data, the answer start kind of thinking, you might want to reset and start over. That happens. So things need to be considered in this case. You might need to use user confirmation for really important actions. You might need to do validation, resets, and summarization of what's going on. Operation and cost is also a key thing. LLMs are not cheap. They are turning cheaper, but they are not cheap. So everything is counting tokens, right? Token is probably 1.5 or something like that. So as the bigger the case, the bigger the number, not only the case, the forensics that we can probably have a big amount of forensics or logs. If we put that in an element, we'll increase the cost. So we want to do that. Sometimes yes, sometimes no. So we need to make sure what actually makes sense. Probably we need to summarize first to then pass it or trim. And you might also see when you have agent to agents, they start using spreading to other agents. It might take an infinite loop, right? That needs to be considered. So they need to be stopped in some way and trim and use only where necessary and stop when we think it's enough. Security have been talked already. There have been many talks about that. But of course, prompt injections, with prompt injection, the misuse of tools, and that might lead to data infiltration and many other things that need to be considered in these cases. And it comes also about auditing. Who made the change? Was the agent or was the analyst? So that needs to be clear. Security protections and validation need to be applied for that. So not only guardrails, permissions check, but also tracing about what's going on. We have an agent, we want it to behave properly, right? We want to actually help us, right? So you might start with some set of instructions. You're going to improve the instruction with the data that you have. And as time passes and this being used, you start getting feedback from the different users that might be applied even manually or automatically. So that autonomous system that might learn might take these learnings, store it, and start being used, consolidating, get conflict, try to analyze conflict, confirm these are the learnings, and start using in following path. Key factors, again, the data for getting good efficacy, of course, the quality of the data, the quality of the structure, the selection of the model, and the selection of the versions, right? It might be different type of model, multimodal, images, whatever you are using, and the tools. Stressing the need of have a good set of tools quality to be able to the agent to execute, otherwise it's just an LLM. So with that, I will go to a demo. So this is a prototype that we have been building. You will see a chatbot with an analyst and some cases. On the right side, the execution, you will see the different execution of tools that are being run. This is on a particular framework. Given the time, I probably go shorter with this, but let's start it. So in this case, analysis, we say, okay, agent help me prioritize my next case, my next incident I need to resolve. Indicate all the agent is going to be assisted, so you're going to ask for confirmation for every step. It's not required. So when you get the details, we'll summarize along what are the details. It might probably point to the actual IOCs, URL that need to be considered. The agent might say, hey, we might actually want to scan this. Do you want, of course, the first thing, you might have an agent that actually analyze. The agent will actually get along, and this is what the cool thing about the agent can extract what are these elements, put as a parameter for the tool, get some particular result of what are the different elements. And here it's going, okay, do you want to do risk analysis? But the analyst might actually switch in direction. No, I want to talk with the data. I saw there was an email. Can you show me? This is in the memory. It was analyzed. It's in the memory of the agent. So you might be able to retrieve all or part of it, right? And this is what an agent can do. So then it can go a different way. It can say, okay, do you want to analyze risk analysis? There were others users of impacted by this. So look around, start looking at more details, try to spread and try to find similarities. In this case, you find that yes, that there have been other users. From other cases, it's just a tool that searches for the same elements, right? It's not that complex, but it's really powerful. And then you can, okay, yes, if you have integration with tools like EDR or whatever, you can start resetting the password, changing firewall rule, or whatever are the actions that an analyst needs to perform. Just implementing a tool as an SFP and training the agent to do that enables to do these kind of things, right? So it continues. So you can actually start closing the case. You might submit the IOC to a group to create new content, etc., etc. At some point in time, the close will be closed, the close will be finished, and the agent is actually able to summarize what has happened, right? You know what it did, we close this, we analyze all this stuff, make a summary, and store it, right? So it actually is on the many different. So it's not only helping on the analysis, but also on the planning and direction. I'm able to adapt, propose, but always with the analyst on the loop to be able to decide. Okay, I think we are good in time. Last slide. Okay, some final conclusion and remark here. If you are going to start adopting that, I would propose to go short, leverage your tools. You already have your automation, your tools, use them. Start type 1 or type 2, but start using them, putting them together, inform the agent, I have this that do that. So probably enough for the agent to start using it. You don't need very much of that for starting with. You need to productize, it's a different story. You need to start thinking about all the considerations, right? Think about the human and agent collaboration. You might not want to let the agent to execute the critical tasks. Right? You might want to do the analysis, you might want to look around, but you might want to let alone decide if you're going to reset the password. Right? In this case, you need to be strict. Agentic work needs to be stopped here. You are not making a decision, me programmatically, I'm probably taking the decision making from the agent as a proposal, but enabled to do that and confirmed by the agent, by the analyst. Consider the tech momentum. You know, this is changing every day. We see improvements on models, on reasoning, on the number of parameters of the capabilities is growing every day. So we need to keep an eye open there, but also when we do the standard, we see that. There is some backward compatibility. We use MCP or today, new version change, right? So we are on an immature stack, right? This is a new technology, immaturity is an issue. Of course, security, need to make sure that validation are happening here, right? We don't want to handle prompting checks when we want to leak. We might need validation. We might need to be able to include the actual security measures and permissions, not only for the analyst, but now for the agent. The agent, as an entity, need to have the permission clear, defined of what might happen. Might share the same from the analyst, or potentially much less, right? And for cost. You start playing with that, it can take several from cents to probably dollars, right? So whatever you are doing for one single case, depending on the data. So we can think about the future. Okay, we might have agentic analysts, autonomous, yes, probably yes. I think we can do that. We have seen one, we can create, you can create your own, but think about when you are doing that and start using all this ecosystem of tools and elements, control. We want autonomous system, we want them to that, but the controls always need to be on our side. And with that, thank you very much. Questions? Yep.
What kind of strategy are you using for data retention?
So for data retention, we are using the same that we are using for other systems, right? So for instance, in the example that I showed, we are storing the result of the agent, so we maintain the same retention policy that we have for the system. So that will require also to trim things that are happening on the agentic side, right? Because logs are sent, and you send this to probably lang fuse to trace all the information, you might need to trim on the different places for the agentic part, not only on the data. Yeah.
Yeah, which part did you use the A2A for in the demo?
So the A2A for communicating with the agent.
Like which two pieces which two agents are communicating that you used?
Oh, in the example, you mean?
Yeah.
Okay, so...
Or was it all MCP that we just saw in that chat?
So it's a mix. So from the client side, we use A2A. From the client, the actual user...
Oh, so that client to all those other things was A2A.
Takes A2A.
Is there a reason why you did that?
It really fits, right? It has the different model. You can poll for results, and you can have also streaming. You have really good interfaces to be able to refer with the client. So that's one reason. It doesn't mean that you can do with MCP. You can.
Okay.
You could. For sure. But we are also using for delegation. So when an agent needs to use another agent, this agent is okay to A. So
well, I was wondering if the agent is actually calling back into the client, which is why you need the bidirectional.
No, but you can do that. So the A2A has a way to actually queue.
That's what I was wondering. I was like, it wasn't obvious that was going on.
Yep. A2A enables both paradigms. You can do the polling or the push, or the, yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Hi, the demo you showed us, is this available for download somewhere, or did?
It's actually internal. Currently, it's a prototype internal, so it's not yet. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. But for instance, if we talk about, there are many, might not be related specifically to incident handling, right? But if you, for instance, get this magnetic one that I really recommend downloading and trying it, you will have a really good starting point. You can then start extending that and adding your tools on top of that. A magnetic, the magnet, yeah, magnetic one. Yeah, this is the one that actually making decisions, writing code, write another code, really is really surprising and scary, right? Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for the time. Yeah. Thank you.